is host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People, the internet television program that's
Hello, and
absolutely spectacular all the time. If you like things that are absolutely spectacular all the time, then you're going to absolutely love this internet television program. I know I do. I just can't get enough of it. Just Davis is here. How you doing, Just Davis? So it's been a while since I've streamed, and you know we're settled, not quite settled in, but settling in here at the home in Mariposa, and feeling good about things. I'm more or less over my cold. I still got a little bit of cold left. Emailed anthrax. It's 10:33 in the morning. Okay. The fact that other places seem to always get the time wrong is not my problem. I'm doing pretty darn good. You know, I could be doing worse, that's for sure. Uh, Yesterday, Rachel and I had a productive, though rather expensive day yesterday in Oakhurst. We went grocery shopping enough for a while because next week, according to the weather report, it's going to snow all week. We're going to be stuck here snowed in this home, unable to go anywhere for like at least a week, if the weather report's right. And so we had to buy a lot of food and stuff to make sure that we don't have anything we need to get during that next week when we're not going to be able to get out of here. So, so that was a rather expensive grocery shopping trip. And then we had to get Rachel's prescription drugs, which are kind of expensive. She's on 4 different drugs, and one of them, olanzapine, is kind of expensive. It's like 200 some dollars. So it was an expensive day in Oakhurst. But last night, when we got back here, I took half a Klonopin, and then took another half a Klonopin later in the evening. And I mean, we're not eating anything that's so expensive. We we just had to get a lot of stuff to make sure that we have everything we need, no matter how long we're snowed in. Use GoodRx if you don't have insurance. Okay, maybe I will. I'll try. I'll look into that. Mostly what we purchased yesterday at the store are frozen dinners. We mostly eat TV dinners because we're not that into cooking. Although I suspect that may change as we settle into this new location, and because we're spending so much time at home, uh, we don't. It's a very different situation than Los Angeles. We don't really like leaving this place. We don't really like going out into the towns and stuff. We do sometimes, but it's very easy for us to just chill here. We've got this massive, massive TV that's about as big a TV as you can get. And it it makes chilling pretty sweet. I'm not doing. Yeah, it came with the house along with these wonderful chairs that we're sitting in here. It makes it very comfortable to chill here. Hello, can you type me? No, I can't. Or I can, but I won't. I'm not doing typings right now. I don't know what size it is. I guess I'd have to measure it with a tape measure. But it's the largest TV I've ever had. And it it makes watching TV a lot of fun. Or very satisfying. You can see everything. Why don't I do it? Well, I'm just not ready to do that yet. when I feel like I'm fully settled in here, then I'll resume typing sessions. The problem was when we first moved in here, the day after we moved in here, I got really sick. I got a really bad cold that I'm still trying to kick. And, we've been here coming up on a month now. Am I a feeler? No. And I just don't feel like getting back into the typing thing right now. When I was doing a lot of typing sessions, I needed the money. And now I don't. But I'll still do typing sessions, but I'm not interested in doing them exactly right now. Today's the last day of my Adderall. Well, that may be the case, Mushin Kafif, but that's not, you're not hearing my words, I guess. I'm not interested in doing that kind of work right now. I may resume that. I will resume that at some point, but right now my focus is mostly on this house, this home, and like today, I have a plan to clean some of the rain gutters out of. They're filled up with pine needles, and in anticipation of next week's snowstorm, it would be nice to have the rain gutters cleaned out. Focus on you, buddy. I am focusing on me. I'm focusing on me and Rachel and our new home, and we're really, really happy with the way everything went down. It couldn't have gone down any better. And the reason it couldn't have gone down any better is because of a bunch of things not having anything to do with us, really. We were reflecting again yesterday on how this real estate deal we made went impossibly well. Yeah, we sold the house, yeah. I mean, we sold it for 1.25. We had 21 offers. We had an offer for 1.3, but we took the all cash offer for 1.25 to avoid dealing with all the bank stuff, We wanted out of there faster. We bought this one for 500. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we had hundreds of people look at that house in our video. And it was all because, really, because I picked the initial listing, the correct initial listing price. We listed it at 1.15. And we had literally hundreds of people go through the house. And we had 21 offers. So we couldn't have sold the house any better than we did. And then this house, we bought on a contingency buy right after they dropped the price $90,000. And then in the interim, after our contingency buy, they got more contingency offers, some of them which may have been better than the offer we made, but they were locked into our contingency buy. So here we are. We did have a bit of a bidding war, That's why we sold it for $100,000 over listing price. Okay, cool. That sounds great, Winston's mom. I'm looking forward to that. Do I think you're a thinker or a feeler? I have no idea. How would I possibly know? All I have evidence of is these words you just said. How could I possibly know anything from that? It would be impossible for me to make any reasonable conclusions on this tiny amount of data. So, one of the things that's happened since we've been here is that Rachel and I have both come to understand that we're finally free after a lifetime of varying degrees of difficulty, of things ranging from unpleasantness to trauma, you know, and a lifetime of expectations of others that we consistently failed to meet. So it may or may not be fair or just or whatever, but we are finally free to be us without any qualification, to do what we want or not do what we want, And for me, I've got 50 years of the opposite of that. So it takes some getting used to. Eric, how close is the nearest cigarette store? What do you do about buying cigarettes now? Do you buy a carton now? I'm actually planning on quitting smoking. So I've been smoking less lately, a lot less than I historically smoked, maybe half a pack a day or some days even a little less than that, which is a substantial reduction. But the way I'm going to quit smoking is I'm not going to get cigarettes before we get snowed in. So once we're snowed in, I can't get out of here to get any cigarettes, and therefore I will have to quit smoking. What I think I will do is get some nicotine lozenges before we settle in for the snow. So I don't exactly have Nick fits, but I've never really felt like nicotine is the primary addictive quality of cigarettes for me. It's the habit of smoking. I need to quit smoking because I'm 51 years old and my lungs are kind of cashed. This last cold I had was very much a chest infection, and it impacted my breathing and stuff, and made me worried. I'm not worried about getting lung cancer, but I am worried about getting emphysema because I've smoked so many different things over the course of my life. I don't know if I will relapse, actually, email anthrax. I've been practicing not liking smoking a little bit. I could do a better job of practicing that. But because it's like I have all the SI and NI reasons to quit now. I can feel in my lungs that they're getting old. And I have this recent experience of this bad chest infection where it was like I felt like sometimes I couldn't catch my breath and stuff, Additionally, there's the NI realities, which are that I don't need to smoke anymore. Smoking was a coping mechanism for a fucked up world. I no longer live in a fucked up world. So it's time to quit. But I'm not going to quit today, Adam Keir. I'm going to quit on Tuesday. Because it's the easiest way I can possibly quit. It requires no willpower of mine. I'll just not have cigarettes, not be able to get out of my home for a week or maybe two. I talked to our neighbor Les. He said like 20 years ago they got 7 feet of snow and the power was out for 11 days. So, yeah, that method doesn't really work for me, asta-fasta. I mean, it's easy to quit cold turkey if you don't have any cigarettes and can't get any. If I'm snowed in here, don't have any cigarettes, there is no way for me to get any cigarettes. I'm not going to walk with snowshoes 5 miles through the snow to Bootjack, or 6 miles or whatever it is. The closest place to me that sells cigarettes is probably the Triangle Market. or Boot Jack. Tri-Hall Market's a little closer. Boot Jack's a little further, but the thing is, we're way all the way at the back. There's this road called Dara Road, and another road called Triangle Road. Dara Road and Triangle Road meet each other. Dara Road comes back here. Triangle Road comes from down here and meets here. We're past the intersection of Triangle and Dara. We're all the way back here in Jersey-Dale. There's only one street further behind us before Sierra National Forest. So we're as far back as you can get, basically. And well, like I said, I do plan to get some nicotine lozenges because I don't want Nick Fits to make me super unpleasant for Rachel. I already know I don't like nicotine lozenges, so there's zero chance I'm going to get addicted to them. But it's a good way to, because like I said, most of the habit of smoking for me is the habit of smoking. It's not the nicotine that exactly is getting me to smoke. Because if you if you if you if you're talking about just the nicotine addiction, it's like you start to feel that after 6 or 8 hours, maybe. But I smoke much more frequently than that. You start to feel like I want a cigarette, I want a cigarette, I want a cigarette at the end of a long plane flight, like 6 or 8 hours, or first thing in the morning after you've slept for 10 or 12 hours, then yeah, you want a cigarette. But the rest of them, they're just habituated. It's just habit. And for me, cigarettes were always like I said, a coping mechanism for a fucked up world. I didn't like to wait. I didn't like to meow. I didn't like to meow. And a cigarette would be what I do whenever any of those things happened. Michelle, what you don't really need to worry about our long-term fiscal well-being because, first of all, we got a lot of change from this real estate deal, even though this house is way better. It's a million times better than the house in Arcadia. We just killed it on this real estate deal, right? But additionally, in the interim, before we even made this deal, we never even had to touch the portfolio. So we're gonna be fine. And it is the case that it's ultimately a lot cheaper living up here for us than it is living in a city. Because when you live in Los Angeles, there's a lot of things to do, and all of them cost money. When you're living out here in the woods, nothing to do costs money. And if you're as satisfied and comfortable as we are out here, you don't really want to leave here. It's like going into town is kind of a hassle. We went out to dinner for Valentine's Day, and that was expensive. But yeah, we're fine. We've got Delilah. Delilah has in the trust account. She's a trustee. All the change from the real estate deal. So she's got the maximal best kind of bank account Wells Fargo has, which allows you to do wire transfers and cashier's checks for free. Yeah, rural California is still more expensive than other states. Well, in terms of taxes, we don't got to worry about that because as far as the government is concerned, Rachel and I don't have any money. That's the beauty of a living trust. David Strauss still has money that he's entrusted to Delilah. But Delilah and I are entirely on the same page. So it works out beautifully. Delilah is technically the trust instructs her to dispense all the money basically to me, but we actually trust each other. So we're not worried about that. I'm not worried about money coming between my daughter and me. So anyway, tax-wise, easy squeezy. I'm not worried about California state taxes. California state taxes are bad if you're a business, okay? When I had a business in California, California wanted a lot of money from me when I had an LLC that was operational, like autonomy debate, you know? But California is not so bad for regular people, especially if they don't have any taxable income like I don't, you know? I don't have any taxable income. So this is why progressive taxation is so stupid. Because only rich people are smart enough to avoid taxes entirely. Or capable enough, not smart enough. My dad knew how to avoid taxes and worked very hard at paying none of them. That doesn't mean he was super smart. It means he was super effective, right? So, Gruntcore, I will satisfy your expectations. This morning, Rachel and I did split the tea made from the last of the mushrooms. A little less than we took a couple days ago. But that's why we put 2 days in between instead of 1 day in between. Typology question. Which types are more likely to be all or nothing types? Is either all in or I don't care at all? Well, I know I'm like that. I don't know if no, the trust owns the home. The trust owns the home. Isn't that nice? And we already paid all the taxes from the real estate deal. It's best if the trust owns it. So now that like all the discombobulation of that occurred immediately after my dad killed himself is sort of settled, right? Everything's smooth and easy. It took a while to realize and recognize that because my dad is dead, we don't have to worry about him anymore. Whatever the trust says is irrelevant. It's me and Delilah deciding what to do. And it took me a while to actually read the shit and realize that my dad hadn't betrayed me. Because based on his words, any intuitive would have intuited that yes, that's what happened. But my dad was just so non-intuitive that he had no capacity to understand how his words were going to be interpreted. Host Eric, I said this because I've heard through the grapevine some attempts to downplay your new good fortune. I want to clarify legally. That's all. Yeah, I've heard those as well. I mean, I heard it from Club ENTP. Club ENTP wants to position this as I am being cared for by my daughter at her generosity and have no entitlement to anything, whatever. But that's simply wrong. I mean, there was a point in time when I thought that was going to be the case, and had it been the case, it would have been a good attack. But it's not a good attack because it wasn't the case. Once you actually read the documents, the opposite was the case. So, yeah, the joys of being a homeowner. There were some initial problems with this house moving in, like the fact that the central heating broke 6 hours after we moved in, and it took us like the better part of a week to get fixed because at first I thought maybe it was that we didn't have enough propane, so I got the propane tank filled, and then the heater still didn't work, and then I got the guy out, and it took a couple more days. So it was like a week without any heat here, except for these little propane heaters. I mean, only the bottom floor one was working. Now all the heating stuff is working again, and it's super cozy in here. It's just like, we put it at 68, and it feels more like, I don't know, 71, 72, and it's just couldn't be any cozier for such a big house. Uh, is my daughter an intuitive dom? No, my daughter's an ESTP, which is exactly the kind of person you want as the trustee. You don't want me as the trustee. You want her as the trustee. My dad was smart about that. The reason this whole real estate deal went down so beautifully is because it took all five of us. It took me, Rachel, Delilah, David, and Dean to make this happen. David was critical because he set up the contingency buy. But Rachel and Delilah were critical in the sense that I don't know what I want. Uh, and so I said, well, there's this house. I saw it. Maybe it looks like okay. And they both were like, yes, that one. I needed that NI, that NI clarity. So, haters gonna hate, and that's what they do. But they've got a tough hill to climb here. I mean, they already hated me when I was in a horrible situation. So they're going to just 1,000 times more hate me now that I'm experiencing this. And it could fairly be described as undeserved fortune. It's like I didn't earn any of this. I mean, you could say I earned it somewhat. The last few years taking care of my parents were pretty brutal. But and I'm glad Rachel was there for it too. She proved herself before I had anything. So I have complete faith in our relationship. Our relationship withstood the worst possible circumstances with almost no friction. So obviously we're golden now. But yeah, haters are going to hate. And they're going to be seething now because the guy they hate for being correct and not having very good FE about it now is winning on concrete levels as well. So obviously that's going to be very frustrating for them. Give me a sec. I'm actually going to go outside and smoke a cigarette. Now that I know I'm quitting, I've been sort of trying to quit by just cutting down slowly, smoking less and less and less. But that's sort of made it such that I'm down to smoking like half pack a day. But now that I know I'm quitting next week, I feel less of a need to manage my consumption right now, I guess. That clubbing ETP thing actually was, yeah, sure, I'm going outside. This is one nice thing about live streaming from the phone, is that I can carry you with me and so forth. This is the kitchen. Not the greatest kitchen in the world, it's kind of dated looking and not that big. But perfect for our needs. It's got a lovely kitchen table. You can sit there and the trees are outside and stuff. It's got a fantastic, at least 2-car garage. This is the dining room. Again, not huge, but nice view. And this, where I am now, is going to go. This is where I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Back. Oops. There we go. I just banged this onto the thing. It's fine. This is my backyard. Pretty sweet. Got all these big ass trees and stuff. There's a road down there that you can't see, but beyond that is Sierra National Forest. So, let me get a cigarette. So I don't expect to trip very hard today because I don't know how much mushrooms there were in there. But that's why I did a couple of days in between instead of just one day in between. To hopefully make it so it's less impacted by my high tolerance, you know. Regardless, I'm still susceptible to mushroom cold. Mushroom cold is something that happens to me. The one thing that happens consistently every time I take mushroom. Beyond that, it's like, it's a crapshoot. You never know with those drugs. It's like, it's hard to say what they do. Sometimes they make me nauseous, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they make me puke, sometimes I don't even feel nauseous. Sometimes they make me reflective and more spiritual or whatever. Sometimes they make me mean and extroverted. They never make me sad. But presumably they could, I guess. It's kind of like with that low intelligence person who sold me these mushrooms said, when I said, well, which ones are the strongest? He said, well, I don't do them for strength, I do them for intent.
Hi, handsome.
Hi, beautiful. Of course. The chair right there. Let me pull it over here. I'm just going to be out here for a minute smoking, but
it could be there for next time, too.
Yeah, sure. Maybe even I'll bring mom and dad over.
Yeah.
Join us at some point. I've got mom and dad over there. I've been moving them around, sitting them next to each other, moving them around so they have different views. I know that's silly because obviously ashes don't have eyes. Oh, there's that lighter.
What a great find.
Yeah. That's one thing I'll say about this place is it eats lighters like nothing in history.
Yeah.
I buy multiple lighters and they're gone in like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I have no idea what happens to all the lighters.
Yeah, so
Fortunately,
this stray lighter find is a good thing. Yeah, we have
plenty of matches, fortunately.
Yeah. We need those navigation things. Well, it wouldn't. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'm thinking about those Apple navigating things.
Air tags?
Yeah, the air tags.
Well, it would be hard to put an air tag on a lighter, and it's like...
Yeah, because you have to have some idea where it is.
Well, no, I mean, there's no place to attach it on a lighter. And it's such a big attachment for a
Yeah.
light, such a small thing.
Yeah,
You know?
if it was smaller, like the size.
I still haven't lost my torch, which is nice.
That is nice.
And I just now, after many years, because it stopped working properly, like it doesn't full blast blowtorch. Now I just turn down the propane output so it's like a little lighter.
Works nicely.
Mm-hmm. That works nicely. So, mom and dad are over there. Can you see them from here? They're sitting on the edge of the redwood deck where they have a different view. They were sitting over here for a while. Before the snows next week, I'll bring them inside, I guess. Set them on the entryway table. Well, it's no surprise that these old chairs are breaking. You know, Rachel's is broken too.
Oh.
We have other chairs we can move over here though. We'll get rid of these at some point.
These are cheap enough. You can get them at like Home Depot and stuff. Yeah. They're so common now.
Yeah. It's cold out here, huh?
It is. And
it was super cold yesterday. Or the day before. One of those
it
days.
is, and it's gonna snow for like 3 days straight.
No, like the whole week.
Oh my gosh! I've never had.
We looked at the 10-day forecast, right?
Yes.
It starts snowing like Monday night, and it was still snowing at the end of the 10-day forecast.
Yeah. And apparently, this is not common. It hasn't recently been common, this amount of snow. So, we kind of, I like it. I think that I like it.
I think we're both looking forward to being snowed in. We're both looking forward to getting a ridiculous amount of snow here. I mean, I can tell you for sure that was one of the selling points of this house for us. When we came and visited it, there was snow everywhere.
Yeah, and there's snow in the pictures.
There's snow in the pictures. Yeah.
So we knew that it was going to be snow. I didn't know that.
Actually, I don't know if the first time we visited if there was snow here.
No, there wasn't.
There wasn't.
No, but pictures.
But in the pictures,
in the Zillow pictures, there were.
Yeah, and then when we actually came to move in, there was already snow here.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a bit of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we had to shovel our driveway, or else. Well, but we didn't shovel. I mean, I just drove across the snow. You know? Until Cameron came, he shoveled it some.
Yeah.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
Whoever you are. We'll see again who you are when we go inside. It's hard to see any of the chats.
Yeah.
On the phone because they appear briefly and then they go away, and it's also very small. Rachel's eyes are good, but I don't have my glasses on. My eyes are good too if I'm not reading, except for reading things. I see everything perfectly clearly. I can't read small words.
That's what happens. I'm gonna experience that too.
Well, I'm just really glad I protected my hearing my whole life, because the thing is, your hearing doesn't go bad like the way your eyes do, unless it goes bad because you damaged it many times over the course of your life.
So my phone told me this morning that I'm like at max, like warning for the amount of volume that I was listening to.
Well, yeah. Well, you only have one good ear.
Yeah. And I like it loud. Like, I like it to, like, totally envelop me.
Yeah. So, barring injury to an ear like Rachel's, or a history of dealing with loud shit, like my dad, he was in the military shooting those Navy guns off of the Navy ship back in the day when I don't think they did very much in terms of anything in terms of hearing protection.
No.
And then he played in the Army band for a lot of years, and he did a lot of loud things and never protected his hearing at all. So naturally, at the end of his life, he was completely deaf. But I, for some reason, at a time when I was not smart about anything, was smart about that. Early on, I didn't like it when I went to concerts and my ears rang afterwards. And so early on, I started putting stuff in my ears every time I went to do something loud.
It's good.
And even to this day, loud things make me go like this. So my ears are great. And that's the most important thing, because music is the most powerful thing in the world. And I'd hate to not be able to hear it.
Oh my god, that might happen to me.
No, you got one good ear. It just
Okay.
means that you're better off not using headphones, because you'll get
Okay.
the full
Okay.
stereo effect of something if you've got speakers pointing at you out of one good ear. But you won't get. But that if you try to listen to shit with headphones, you're only gonna get like a little bit of the left channel and all the right channel or something. So headphones are not a good way for you to listen to music. You're just being polite. You don't want to play it out on your phone because I might hear something. Don't be polite.
Okay.
It doesn't bother me. That's why we're in this big house, right? You're upstairs.
I forget. Like,
We're no longer in the same little
No.
space.
no.
We don't have to be that considerate of each other anymore.
Yeah. And I'm always worried that I'm going to be playing a song and you're going to be like, oh, what is that?
Well, if that's the case, then that's fine. It just means I've been introduced to a horrible song. But the thing is, chances are, if it's really that bad, you are not going to be listening
I'm not.
to it.
I skip it. I do skip it. I realized a couple of songs on my playlist today that I was just like, what was I thinking? Like,
Yeah, well, there's one song on Chappy Tracks I want to take off too, because it doesn't belong there. It's not good enough. Chappy Tracks is this playlist we listen to and continually add things to occasionally, new things that are good.
That Touching Yourself song, I listened
touching
to
yourself, touching yourself, touching yourself. That's
so
a great
good.
song.
I've listened to that 3 times today.
It's great. And I was really glad that you introduced me to that Belle and Sebastian song.
I'm so glad.
That's fantastic.
Isn't it so catchy?
Oh my god, it's so good. What song is that called?
I Want the World to Stop.
I Want the World to Stop. Oh my god. That was a song that the other day when I was on mushrooms, I came in and brought me to tears. I was just like, oh my god, music is so powerful. It was so good. That's one of those things that why I like doing mushrooms too, is they highlight the power of things that are intuitive.
They do. They do.
Whether it's my own insight or some song or any kind of NI thing becomes more conscious for me.
Oh, that's interesting. I listen to the lyrics. So NE comes out more for me.
Yeah, I never listen to the lyrics of things. Some songs I know all the lyrics of them, and I just never even think about them as words.
Oh, it's so interesting.
Until something causes me to think about them as words.
Wow.
Like when we were listening to Happiness is a Warm Gun, and I realized it was about sex.
I never caught on to that either. So like learning that was really, really like fun. I was like, oh my gosh, it's true.
It's such a clever thing to do too, because it can easily be, it's naturally going to most be interpreted as happiness is after you fired a gun and it's warm. But someone's doing something down there. It's making some noise.
I am curious.
Let me see what it is too.
They're cutting. I think they're sawing.
I don't know. There's a house way down there that you can't see. You can barely see it at all. If you find certain spots on the property, you can see it. If you go down to the very bottom of our property, you can see it. But it's basically hidden. But down there, someone's doing something. I'm ready to go back inside.
Okay.
We'll just leave those chairs where they are.
I like that this door opens up like this. It's not a sliding door.
Yeah, me too. It's got a sliding screen door.
Right, which is fine.
And it's become pretty obvious which things were done by the original guy, who was a genius, and which things were done by the people in between the original guy and us.
Oh my god, you have to tell me.
Like the screen door.
Yeah.
Like I'll show you guys this screen door thing. This screen door was added by the people between us and the original builders. And the way we know this for sure is because look how dumb this is. They put this little piece of wood here to make the screen door fit. The original guy would never have done anything that dumb. The original guy was an absolute INTJ genius who not only built this house, but put this entire neighborhood on water tower water. This gorgeous covered walkway thing here is, of course, exactly what you need if you're living in the mountains, because it's like a full 10 degrees warmer under this, no matter how cold it is, and you're not going to get any snow on you. And then this ridiculousness is our house. This ridiculousness is our house. How ridiculous is that? This gorgeous place is our house. So much better than the house we had before. It's insane. This is our little mound of stuff behind the retaining wall. We've got all these pine trees and whatever else, you know? It's great. Whereas this gray stuff was put on the retaining wall by the people between the guy who built it and us, obviously, because it doesn't work and it's dumb. And it's just like there to make it look uniform or something. This wall looks fine.
Yeah, it does.
We don't need any stupid gray stuff on it.
Stupid gray stuff.
Yeah. We don't want any stupid gray stuff on it.
We don't.
So, but I'm just gonna gradually pick all that gray stuff off. I need to sweep up out here. It's like things like that today. I plan to do a couple of things like that. And the thing is, I enjoy doing things like that here because it's my house. And I have no habits though of that, right? Because I've never owned a home before and never cared about, never had something beautiful and perfect to protect. Even when I rented places, they were shitty. Kimberly's house was cool, but it was Kimberly's house. It wasn't even hers. We rented, but oh God, let me fix this thing. What we really need is a remote control for this TV. The house came with lots of remote controls, and we cannot find any of them that work for this TV.
No.
We tried putting batteries in it and everything. I cannot find any of the remote controls that work for this TV. So.
Hey, Elijah. It's going good. Hey, Aga. Hey, Winston's mom. Ruben R. Just David. Grandcore.
Elijah, it's going fantastic. Everything is going wonderfully. Undeservedly, we did not earn this at all, but here we are in heaven. It's exactly what we need to begin recovering from our respective lifetimes of non-optimality. It's not like we were continually tortured or anything, but oh yeah. Well, I definitely have something beautiful to protect in Rachel, but she's not really my possession. I like to pretend that when we have sex, but she's not really my possession. She's her own possession, as I am my own possession. As each of us is our own possession. And that's why slavery's bad.
That's what's bad?
That's why slavery's bad.
Yeah, slavery's pretty bad.
So, yeah, I mean, well, yeah, we deserve the rest of our life to be a treat. Yeah, I guess we do.
Yeah, because it's making up for the first half of it.
Yeah,
We're just tough.
because we really are set if we don't spend extravagantly, which there's no reason for us to. We're set, you know, and that's it takes a long time to get used to. After the rest of our every minute of our life prior to this have been the exact opposite. You know, we've been in varying degrees of struggling and being a couple of intuitives. We're not good, you know, intuitives. Being a couple who comprises the maximally universalist intuitives means necessarily we're shitty at particular stuff like making money. And I mean, I'm pretty good at making money, but I don't like it, and I'm not very good at managing money. So, well, the housewarming party will occur. I'm thinking of a June wedding, since we have a May funeral.
Okay.
And once we finally finalized the dates for the funeral in Missouri for my parents, because my parents wanted to be buried in Missouri, inconveniently.
I was kind of thinking it was a little inconvenient too, but I don't want to say anything.
No, it's super inconvenient and it sucks ass, you know. But it's the thing is, I don't feel like I have any choice but to respect their wishes on that, you know. So we talked with my aunt and we scheduled the days to go to Missouri and bury them, which are May, early first week of May. And then, as I told Rachel, I don't want us to get married until all the burying's done.
Yeah.
So, I'm thinking a June wedding. We'll have to go talk to the people of that white church. There's a super picturesque white church in Mariposa on this hill, and I want to get married there, just because it's gonna make such awesome pictures. I am Christian. I think Rachel self-identifies as such as well.
Yeah, I do. I am.
But I don't care about that aspect of it. Like, I don't need, as far as I'm concerned, we're married if we say we are. We don't need anybody else's whatever to tell us that. But there are legal advantages to us being actually married, such as having the same last name.
Yeah.
Which will enable Rachel to, Rachel and I to make decisions for each other, medical decisions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, there are legal reasons to get legally married, and it won't impact us tax wise at all, because again, we don't have any taxable income.
No, we don't.
Isn't that wonderful? Yeah. Taxable income comes from being employed or capital gains. We don't have any employment, and all capital gains stuff are only incurred when you actually cash it out. But we haven't touched the portfolio in all of this business. We never got into the portfolio at all. Even though it costs so much money, this process of leaving Los Angeles to coming up here, it costs so much money. We had sufficient in accounts and in precious metals. We didn't even cash the precious metals yet, you know? So that we were We didn't have to touch the portfolio. When at some point, presumably, we do want to touch the portfolio, which may be many years from now, well, then Delilah will deal with those capital gains issues. And if she has questions, she'll consult me, which is how it should go, right? It's like she's very capable and competent. She also has direct access to all the money. Whereas for me to get money, I have to say to her, Delilah, give me some money. That's how it should be. She's more responsible than I am. So, and it makes me want to be like, okay, we have to make sure this amount of money we just got lasts us a long time because I'll be embarrassed if I have to ask Delilah for more money. Avoid capital gains, only use lowercase letters. Unfortunately, I don't think the government would buy that argument. How can I have capital gains taxes when I only use lowercase letters?
That is something Tiffany would say.
How far away from In and Out are we? Well, what was interesting, we just noticed the other day that from some point of the hill, some point on like a top of a hill of the road from here to the highway, you can actually see the lights of Fresno off in the distance.
Yeah.
Fresno is about an hour and a half from here.
Yep.
And Fresno has, I'm sure, an In and Out. Merced probably has an In and Out. Merced is like 45 minutes from here. But like as far as which local affiliate do we get? We get Fresno local affiliates. we got YouTube TV instead of Dish Network, Direct TV, or whatever. We realized, why are we doing that? We should just get YouTube TV, and we're super happy with it. That's how we watched the Super Bowl. That's when we got it. When we didn't have any TV, but we wanted to watch the Super Bowl, and it suggested to us when I Googled it that you could watch it on YouTube TV. And I was just like, aha! There's a solution to our TV problem that's both cheaper than all the other TV solutions and better and consistent with what we are and what we do. We like YouTube a lot.
Yes,
so,
we do. Hey, Ludafe.
Hi, Lou. Did you see our birthday tarot for you? That was all Rachel's idea, by the way.
Listen, well, you said you decided you had brought up the idea of recording it.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, let's, instead of making a video and sending it to her, let's just make a video and publish it, and then she'll find it eventually.
We've been playing with tea leaf. Well, we've been playing with like tea leaf cards that we got from Amazon, and like it hasn't resonated with me. I'm not like nope.
Why did you do that?
Because it looked like there was maybe a pea.
Oh really?
Stain, yeah.
It's possible that Trouble did that.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, Trouble pulled this shit this morning. Like, he wants to go out.
Yeah, it's pee.
He wants to go outside the second that the sun comes up. Or like the second before it even begins to come up. So he starts meowing, and I gets me out of bed. He won't stop meowing, so I get out of bed. I open the door for him. He won't go outside because it's too cold. So I say, fine, I'll go back to bed. Like 10 minutes later, same thing. Meow, 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 meow. So I get up, I open the door for him. It's still too cold. He won't go outside. And so then the third time, it was warm enough, I guess, that he decided he was going to go outside. And it was actually light out. probably between the second and third time, he just peed in the house for some reason. Thing is, there's a litter box in the garage and a cat door that he can go through. He's used it before. I know that. So I don't know why he would do that, but he was just being trouble. You know, he's such trouble. He's the troublest trouble has ever been. But the good news is this house has a solution for everything, including trouble. Um, it's like, and we got our good bed here. When we got our stuff here, we got bread, which was my parents' bed from Arcadia. It's a fantastic bed. It's so comfortable. It's so flat and so firm. Unlike most beds that get like an arc on them because you sleep on the sides and the middle doesn't get slept on, you know? The cat has nothing but an eye. That's why he thinks he's an ENFJ, right? His tool functions NI. This is why he thinks we should have to watch him eat. It's like he keeps meowing at us to come watch him eat. And when we oblige him, oh, you're doing a great job of eating. And then he's happy, right? Only an ENFJ would think that eating requires an audience. Well, he's not making any babies. He's clipped. What happened was in Arcadia, he was around as this wild cat that we'd feed, but he was not friendly at all.
And he was a tomcat.
And he was a tomcat.
Yeah.
And then at some point, like animal control people came and neutered him and clipped his ear to show that he was neutered, right? It was after that he became super like, now I want a family. Ruben R says mukbang. Yes. Trouble thinks he's a mukbang YouTuber.
What's that?
A mukbang is this Korean thing where there's YouTube channels where people watch people eat.
That's such a weird word for that.
Yeah, I have no idea how that could possibly be entertaining to anybody, but
watching people eat.
So yeah, there's no baby troubles.
Well, actually, Winston's mom, I think Trouble, when he was a tomcat, was having trouble finding a female cat to have babies with because he would harass Pee-Pee.
You're waiting for her to come to heat, but she's fixed.
Right.
By the way, a lesbian orgy, as referenced in the reading, is not anticipated or desired, but I do have lots of lesbian friends, so that's close enough. I'm sure you left a knot out there. Well, hey, Lou, I just read what the cards say, okay? That card had a picture of a lesbian orgy on it, so that's what I'm going to say it is, You can't blame me for the cards. Carnitas were delicious. NI tool waiting for the opportunity, and then you get fixed. The thing is, Trouble, one of the ways he was trouble was he made it very difficult for Rachel and I to sleep together.
He still does.
Because he wants to, take up most of the bed himself.
And he really does.
He's such a big cat. But now it's not a problem because Rachel and I go to bed together and we all cuddled with Trouble. And then Rachel goes upstairs to her room to sleep after I've fallen asleep.
Yeah.
Weirdly, neither of the cats go upstairs.
No.
They just don't go upstairs for some reason. But anyway, I feel pretty well today. Not completely over it. I still got a little bit of phlegm. You can kind of hear it in my voice. But I got so much sleep the last couple of days. I finally stopped fighting against rest. And I rested and rested, and I feel a lot better now. And the thing is, tomorrow is the start of Sleepy Week, but it's not going to feel much like Sleepy Week because um, I took my last 3 Adderalls this morning, and but I haven't really been adding up the last few days at all. I've been sleeping, so it's probably going to be be not especially sleepy. Nevertheless, once we get snowed in, the one thing we have to make sure we do before the snow comes is we get plenty of weed.
Yeah. I was
because
just thinking that.
because I'm not going to be quitting smoking cigarettes. I'm going to want to smoke more weed. You think the Addies are watered down these days? Uh, I mean, I don't know. I doubt it. It seems unlikely to me that the drug companies and pharmacies would get away with saying this is 15 milligrams of the drug and it actually be less than that. It doesn't taste any different. I usually melt them in my mouth. So, you know, it is true that they don't work as well for me as they used to, but that's kind of to be expected. That's been a gradual thing over the years. It's to be expected because I've been taking them for such a long time and binging on them for such a long time that it doesn't work as well as it used to. But okay, well, yeah, they don't pack the same punch. Your doctor agreed, actually. You have to take more of them. But with drugs, it seems like they couldn't really do that. But there's definitely a conspiracy to limit the accessibility of them. It's not a conspiracy, it's an FDA rule that they've stupidly imposed. And the good news is, up here, I got it instantly. I didn't have to wait or anything. Drugs are cool. I like drugs.
I like drugs too.
If they keep watering down the Addies, though, all they're going to do is drive people to get meth. I mean, I'm not going to do that, so I don't know why I would presume everybody else is, but it's like I could probably get prescription meth by talking to Rachel's doctor.
I know the noises could peel.
They do taste the same, though. And for somebody who melts them in his mouth, despite the fact they taste awful, I can tell you that they don't taste any different. Of course, if my 15 milligrams actually had 10 mils of Addy in them, they still taste the same. So that's not really definitive about anything. But who's checking those labs? Nobody. Right. But the thing is, they could only do that on certain kinds of drugs, right? Adderall being one of them, because like it couldn't do that with insulin without people finding out. Yeah, dopamine's a hero that motivates us. heroic motivator. The drinking water is fine. Like, we have bottles of water, but that's just because we're so lazy that we prefer to grab a bottle of something and pour a cup of something from this faucet. Our drinking water here is fantastic. It's from the water towers. You know, a lot of unbelievably lucky stuff that strains credibility has happened to us. It makes me think the universe is fake, you know? Because it just so happened that, for example, this house was built in 2000. The neighborhood pre-existed that by decades. And everybody in this neighborhood was on well water for decades until the guy who built this house, built the water towers, and put this little neighborhood, which is basically Snyder Creek Road and Snyder Ridge Road. Snyder Ridge Road turns into Snyder Creek Road, and it's like a U, right? But all of those houses on the water tower, water. That's why we have all the water tower diagrams at our house. and it makes this the best possible place to live in all of from the highway all the way back. This is the best possible place to live. It's the only place that's not on well water. We didn't know these things. We knew that it wasn't on well water when we bought it, but that wasn't a reason at all that we bought it, you know? If they had told us it was on well water, I just would have said, well, I guess everything's on well water. We just be on well water. Dopamine makes it so that doing stuff's easy. Rachel, you want to answer that question?
I told him I would like him to come and visit, and I told him that we would probably, if he's looking for plane tickets to look for Merced,
or Fresno.
Or Fresno, yeah.
Did you tell him I'm sorry about that message I left him? I'll have to tell him that myself, I guess.
But I will. Next time I talk to him, I forgot.
When I was in a nasty place, when we were living in that hotel, I left Rachel's dad a correct but nasty message. And I regret doing so because, of course, he's the only one who's accountable in that family, who needs to be accountable. Her sister has successfully stayed out of it. So while that's not, it's not, in an optimal world, she would have been on the side of justice. One cannot expect non-fighters to fight. That's an unreasonable expectation. So she's free and clear of any need for accountability. The mother and the brother both are in desperate need of accountability via Eric. But the dad has already taken my accountability and endured it and agreed with it and done everything right. So but he's like the only one I can lash out at when I'm feeling mad at her family because the other people will avoid me like the plague. Prescription meth. You're joking, right? I thought I would have been joking too. Until I said to Rachel's doctor, well, it's not like there's prescription meth. And he's like, yes, there is. And some people need it. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay. No, I don't try to speak ENFP. Now, the thing is, I actually have FI as an absolute value, unlike either Rachel or her father. So it matters to me a lot that he actually loves her. Even that when because I get people being fucked up to their family because they're stupid and wrong. I don't get people being fucked up to their family because they like to see their family suffer, which is what her mom is, and her brother. Or her brother may just be so unbelievably selfish that he he's just putting his own interests ahead of anything else, and he's coming up with arbitrary excuses and not caring about Rachel at all. But regardless, they're both dark triad. And I'm never going to understand that. Whereas I get making mistakes. Like, I grew up with parents who were very non-intuitive, who definitely loved me, and nevertheless, my dad at least often did fucked up shit to me. But it wasn't because he wanted to see me suffer. It was because he was so painfully non-intuitive. So it's like he doesn't deserve more abuse from me. But on the other hand, he can probably handle it just fine because he lived with Rachel's mother for fucking ever. And
so he understands what he's done wrong and stuff. And I didn't mention
and has apologized for it.
And he's apologized for it.
And been held accountable by me and sat there and been yelled at by me and stuff like that. So I regret sending him that message from the hotel. The message, the gist of which was this: how dumb could you possibly be? You informed Rachel that she wasn't qualified to drive, took her car away, then you totaled it yourself and thought, oh, good, I'll get a new car. And then shared your new car success and happiness with your daughter whose car you took away and totaled. How dumb can you possibly be? Now, there was nothing wrong in the message I sent. It was correct. Every word of it was correct all the way down the line. And yet, nevertheless, her dad genuinely cares about her, and I don't feel like it's right for me to cause him pain over his past wrongdoings any more than I already have, because we're better than that. Not because he doesn't deserve it, but because we're better than that. And I wasn't at the time because I was living in a fucking hotel. It was horrible. It was a nightmare. I was trying to do mushrooms while living in a hotel. Not a good idea. It made me very mad at things often. It's a proof for a weight loss plan that is short term? That's a dumb reason. It's like you should approve it for ADHD or something. Then you could take it forever. Short term. Well, I get mad because listen, Rachel suffered from decades of varying degrees of abuse from her family.
Yeah, and there's still things that he doesn't understand about me. Like we had a long conversation about Trader Joe's, and he's just like, he just doesn't understand why it didn't work out for me, and like, it was very physically demanding, and the customers were horrible. It was.
And what he most importantly doesn't seem to understand is that thank God it didn't work out for her.
Yeah.
Because that's how she ended up here, where she's happy, where she belongs with me, right?
Exactly. It's like it doesn't register.
So and he's still living in this past reality in some sense where Rachel is dealt with according to the terms of that past reality as best he can as a father, but she's not in that reality anymore.
No.
She doesn't need anything from him or any of her family at all.
The truth is, I don't know if he is going to even come to the wedding because he's planning on visiting my sister.
In June?
I don't know about in June. Yeah, in June. In June.
Well, we can schedule it at a different time. I want your dad to be there. I'd
I
like
want
your
my
sister
dad.
to be there too.
Okay, so if we have a conversation with him, we can coordinate. Uh,
Yeah, we could do July.
yeah.
July's not normally a month that you think of as associated with weddings. Like you never hear ladies talk about, I'm hoping for a July wedding. That's one month you never hear them say.
No.
It's like a June wedding or a September wedding or an April wedding. You never hear July for some reason.
Yeah.
Do you know why that is?
Probably because I don't know.
It's too
Probably 'cause it's
hot.
hot, but I don't think it's gonna be hot
It's
here.
not going to be too hot up here. It'll be hot.
It'll be hot
compared to the rest of the year, but it'll actually probably be fairly pleasant up at our house anyway. Mariposa town is 1,500 feet lower elevation than where we are now, but
My cousin's having a June wedding, so we just have to speak with him. I'm sure he wants to be there.
yeah, I mean, the things that make me most angry consistently are thinking about are like Rachel's mom and Rachel's brother. Even now, if I'm gonna be mad, I'll wake up mad about something like that. You know, I'm rarely mad about anything done to me. Not, like mad that sticks. You know, is following corporate standards for grammar and implementing some TE or TI, and is this why the new gig is so damn exhausting? Corporate standards for grammar?
I had no idea that there were corporate standards for
I mean,
grammar.
grammar is grammar. It's either grammatically correct or it's not. And grammar is very TI. Grammar is not TE at all. Grammar is the way it is precisely exclusively because of logic.
The only way I can see grammar being in a corporate environment if it's law, and grammar in the documents need to be at a certain standard.
Well, the thing is, then you wouldn't be talking about grammar. You'd be saying you need to include specific elements of diction or legal language that have to be included rather than not included.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be a grammar issue. That's not grammar, what you're talking about there. That's formatting. Formatting is very TE. It's arbitrary, but it's arbitrary and standardized in a corporate setting. That's extremely TE.
Oh my gosh, Ludife, like bullets, margins, use of Oxford commas, specific requirements for what to capitalize, etc., etc. Honestly, I had to deal with that when I was an assistant at a law firm, and I just made notes for myself, and I used the notes and would refer to the notes until it became a habit for me.
Yeah, that formatting shit is straight up TE. It's arbitrary and regulated.
Hi, show media.
There's a reason that somebody wanted it that way. And that reason is arbitrary. They could provide justifications for why they wanted it that way, but it's nevertheless arbitrary. In other words, it won't resonate with anything intuitively as correct or incorrect because it's not. It's just we want to consistently one way, and this is the one arbitrary way we've selected.
Oh my gosh, 1 in 17 pages. Okay, that's a lot. And the other is 187 pages? That's bananas. Like, what kind of rules and regulations? Like, why do they have to protect themselves so?
Well, I mean, I get why they want everything coming out of that company to have the same regulated look, right? That's fine. That's to be expected. Um, and unfortunately, that's necessarily arbitrary as to what that look is. It's never going to resonate intuitively. You're never going to be able to intuit anything about it. You're just going to have to learn it. And SI is super unconscious for you, so it's going to be torture. And you don't even have to use any TE though. It's just pure SI because the TE was already done. Now, it was done in such a way that you don't have to do any TE. You just have to SI it all. Unfortunately for you, SI is not the conscious. It's a very unconscious function, and you don't like having it pushed on at all. So that's going to be unpleasant for you. But once you get it learned, then you won't have to worry about it.
Yeah, once it's learned, like repetition is the INFJ's like power.
Just be glad you're on ENFJ. Then you'd really be in trouble because they're SI polar, and to the extent that they want to learn things, they want to learn things that become muscle memory. How would you describe bureaucracy from the frame of TEFE? Is it FEFI under the guise of TE or something? Now, the thing is this. Somebody who's TE understood, TE and I probably understood that we need to have, coming out of this company, every communication coming out of this company needs to be uniform. It needs to be easily identified as coming from this company and no place else. That's correct. But as far as the FE stuff goes, well, they want it to look good from an FE perspective, but there's a million different possible formatting arbitrary choices you could do that would still look good. As far as like punctuation being correct and stuff, well, that's just, to be expected. But punctuation, unlike grammar, is arbitrary. It's not logical. And it doesn't really have anything to do with FE and FI except that the person who dictated this stuff was aware that on some level that there's an FE benefit to uniformity of it all coming out uniformly, and that it makes a more effective business when all communications look like they come from one person and are always the same, etc. The Frog. Your page helped me out a lot since I found it 24 hours ago. I'm an ENTP causing problems in my relationship. Can't help but challenge everything. Well, you might be an ENTP. You self-identify as one. But I'm skeptical because 99% of self-identified ENTPs are not. And many of the problems that ENTPs have are going to be shared by ESFPs, ENFPs, ESTPs. A lot of ESTPs are going to think they're ENTPs because their problems are very similar. They like to challenge things. They're very logical, and they're third slot FE. So if something doesn't meet if something triggers them as not making sense, they're going to call it out. The thing to remember about relationships is this. You're in a relationship with another human being who is not you and who has a different set of attentional habits than you. You're always going to be able to defeat them, whether you're an ESTP or an ENTP, argumentationally, and you're always going to be able to win those communication events if you choose to. Your job as a human being is to respect their alternate approach to things and value it, not critique it. So I never criticize Rachel for being illogical. I value her holistic understanding of things. when she wants to ask me about something, I will tell her what I think about it. But she plays around with lots of stuff, magical woohoo stuff, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all, critique her for it at all, or whatever, because she's she's qualified to play around with that stuff. She's an NI dom. Other people aren't really qualified to play around with that stuff, but she is. If somebody's texting me, I can't read that text. It's impossible for me to consider reading that text while I'm live streaming on the phone. I was surprised I even received it. This phone, like every few days, it'll get like a bunch of things. And it's like, I do not know what's going on with Sprint and T Mobile because I signed up with T Mobile. T Mobile clearly still exists. I saw a commercial for them during the Super Bowl. And yet Sprint has told me they bought out T Mobile and I have to switch to their network. So I do not understand what's going on. And then my phone, according to Sprint, stopped working in July. After they told me, I said, well, okay, if in fact my phone's incompatible with your network, then it's going to stop working soon, right? When will it stop working? And the guy said, oh, like July. Here it is still working. So, this is the problem when people lie to me. When people lie to me, then eventually I'm going to figure it out. Yes, Eric is a solid archetype to look at when you're trying to measure if someone else is an ENTP. This is the problem, though. If you're trying to measure whether you yourself are an ENTP and you're an ESFP or an ENFP, you will be incapable of doing objective self-analysis and recognizing that you're not logical. So, as a consequence, you're going to think, I'm just like him. Just like Club ENTP thinks he's just like me. Why? Because he's an action type with a deliberation tool function. But he's not remotely like me. He's TI polar, clearly, either an ENFP or an ESFP. But he's also incapable of objective self-analysis because he's got FI as a tool function, which tells you clearly what you want, not what is true. Well, this is the thing. Being retarded in subjectivities is much worse than being retarded in objectivities in 95% of contexts. YouTube is not one of them. Which is why I live stream all the time and have no problem with it because my skin is as thick as it can be. I'm FI polar. People can say whatever the fuck they want. It won't bother me. No skin off my back, right? Which is why people resort to attacking Rachel to get to me. Rachel asked me the other day, why do people think I'm an ESFJ on Discord? Why do people on Discord think I'm an ESFJ? And I explained to her, they don't. People on Discord hate me. They have learned over time that nothing they say can get any kind of what they want from me, which is an indication that they've hurt my feelings. So they go after you. And that is an effective strategy. Because I don't like it when people make Rachel feel bad or like whatever. But the thing is, she's NI dumb. So once I sort of explain the big picture to her, that cascades down. She doesn't really. She now will, going forward, will interpret those things as what they are, just ways to attack me. I'm convinced you are me from the future. Okay, well, if you are TI tool, then you're probably either an ESTP or an actual ENTP. And you've probably done a pretty good job of self-analysis. If you're FI tool, you'd think that same thing though, and it would be indistinguishable for me from this angle to tell whether or not you're correct. Polar TI is so stunning in its blindness that that this is a polar TI attempt to emulate TI, is Club ENTP's defining dumb as mute and declaring that therefore I'm a liar for calling him dumb because he's clearly not mute. If you think that's how definitions are used, then you're obviously TI polar, because I didn't intend to use the word that way. The word has multiple meanings, and that's the textbook example of an equivocation fallacy combined with a straw man fallacy. You know, it's like it's the complete absence of logic, not an application of it. That's what it's like when you try to prove that you have fluency in your polar function. You end up looking absolutely ridiculous because you don't. You have zero fluency in it. But nevertheless, there are people out there who are 100% convinced they're ENTPs. Their conviction is not at all even a tiny shred of evidence, regardless. You know, like Melissa Talks, I'm sure is 100% convinced she's an ENTP. And she's not. C.S. Joseph might be 100% convinced he's an ENTP. He definitely is not. Club ENTP might be 100% convinced he's an ENTP, and he definitely is not. So we know that we can't use conviction as a means to determine accuracy. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Lai Joe, and I'm sorry if I was mean at some point or whatever. You know, I'm not mean anymore, hopefully. I think, you know, I liked to think that I was a righteous warrior, battling on the side of truth, justice, and the American way. But if you're a warrior of any sort, it's hard to not incur some collateral damage. It's hard to always stop being a warrior exactly when you should and resume being a good guy the rest of the time. You know, it's tricky. I'm not a warrior anymore. I'm a retired warrior, and I have some guilt about my days as a warrior, but not very much guilt because I do recognize that I was doing the best I could at the time. It would be silly to expect myself to do better. Like, Rachel and I had a conversation the other day about the guilt I feel about my dad. It's true I was a terrible son for him. That was true from the moment I was born until the moment he died. I was not the son he wanted. And it's true that Rachel and I did a poor job of like having family dinners with him, for example. But when I think about it, I realize, yes, that's what my dad wanted. And yes, we failed. And yet we shouldn't feel guilty about it because we weren't the people my dad wanted. We were the people he had. And us forcing ourselves to be different people for him, we would not have been able to sustain that for very long. The problem was he wanted us to regularly know exactly when we're going to eat, and he wanted us to be SI tool. We don't know when we're going to be hungry or when we want to eat. I mean, it's ridiculous. And my dad did not like us wasting food, so it's like if dinner's at 6, then it creates this huge problem for us, right? If we're committing to going to eat with him every day. Because I didn't eat lunch or breakfast, I didn't get hungry till 3 o'clock. At that point, I'm starving, right? I need to eat right then. And my choice is don't eat, be miserable until 6 o'clock and eat dinner, or eat and then not be hungry at dinner time. Even if Rachel and I were able to travel back in time and redo this with the knowledge we know now, we would not be able to do it. We just aren't those people. The best thing I did for my dad was, um, no, that's fine, the Franck. That's good evidence that you might be an EHP. The thing is, you're never going to convince me right now, but that's fine. I'm also not convinced that you're not an EHP. I withhold judgment on the matter. And I think it's fantastic that somebody with so many followers is watching me. That makes me feel great. You know, it's like, wow, somebody with that many followers is paying attention to me. That's great. Like the one time Frank James came around here and gave me $20. It was like, wow, you're a real celebrity. The thing is, I had interacted with him prior to him getting all big, and it wasn't any big deal. Once he got all big, it was like, wow, you're a celebrity. I only got my YouTube channel is the slowest YouTube channel growing YouTube channel in history. I've been at this for 12 years or something, and I still have 8.1 thousand subscribers, but probably it's because I don't have any goals. Are you making me food, Rachel?
Excuse me?
Are you making me food?
That's food for you.
I don't want any food.
Oh, okay.
I'll eat it later though.
Okay.
I already ate a meow earlier, so.
All right.
Have I considered TikTok? No. Because I'm a YouTuber. I've been a YouTuber. I don't want to be anything but a YouTuber. I do YouTube shorts. And also, remember this is pretty critical. I'm not doing YouTube for money. My YouTube shorts channel, Mindy's Club, has an extremely fast growth arc when I'm active on it. Which is why I got invited to the YouTube special club, right? So I've been to special YouTube events and stuff. Not as talking with famous people, as Mindy's Club, which is my channel with little dolls. Where I just do shorts. All under 15 seconds. Little jokes and stuff with my dolls, right? That has an incredible growth arc and a limitless ceiling. Also, it's not what I'm doing. How do you like that? Well, that's me. You know, I like Mindy's Club, which is why I'm doing it in the first place, right? Because I like playing with my dolls. And that's cool. But you know what I hate? I hate being in the YouTube special club. Those people are so ridiculous. I cannot even tolerate being around them. Like, oh God, this is so wonderful. We have an opportunity to talk to brands. Okay, well, sorry, folks. Even when I was broke, I couldn't tolerate it. I just could not tolerate it. You know, it's like, they have these meetings you're supposed to go to periodically. They still haven't kicked me out of the club, even though I stopped following any of their rules for some reason. I don't know why. But you're supposed to go to a couple of meetings. I was trying to follow their rules to stay in the club, right? And it's like everyone's like, I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited. Oh, it's so exciting to be here to meet with these brands. I tell you, I'm not very excited to be here. Nobody responded at all. Everyone just pretended that thing had not been said by anybody. If I were a king, I would put most of these influencers in jail. I mean, do you have any other adjectives besides excited and amazing? None of this is exciting or amazing. It's all a bunch of corporate bullshit. You know, I love the platform. I love this platform, YouTube. But I don't want anything to do with their corporate environment whatsoever. I'm grateful to YouTube for creating such a great platform and for being so right about things. Like every time I've appealed anything, I've won. Sometimes their algorithms misidentify something I do as violating some terms of agreement, right? But every single time I've appealed anything, I've won. So great job, YouTube. Good for you. You're doing a fantastic job of keeping me around here, that's for sure. And I love it here. Like when the YouTube CEO just resigned, I did not hear that. Hopefully they get another good CEO. I don't know. Did J Lo and Affleck ever visit you guys? No. We've never been visited by Jennifer Lopez
No.
and Ben Affleck.
No.
If they were to show up at the house, as indicated before, I would welcome them if they let me interview them on YouTube. But also, I think I'd welcome them because J Lo needs to be put in her place, and I'm just the man to do that. Well, the old CEO didn't do a terrible job, whether they liked him or not, or her, or whatever. I think they did a fine job. I think the whole transition in 2018 thing was good ultimately, even though it cost me a strike. I got a permanent strike for bullying C.S. Joseph, which I deserved for uncivil discourse. I I don't even disapprove of the rule, you know. And of course because I'm an SI knower, because I'm an SI, I don't know things until I experience them. I didn't really believe in this change until it affected me, and by then it was too late. I got one permanent strike for bullying C.S. Joseph of all things. Like that guy. The thing is, yes, my language was uncivil and qualified according to their standards as bullying. But if anybody deserved it, that guy does. He deserves it so richly. And all I said was the truth. I just used very uncivil language to say it. The other thing is, he's a public YouTuber, bigger than me, making much more money off of his bullshit than I'll ever make off of my truth. So, in that regard, if you look big picture holistically, it's dumb to strike me for bullying C.S. Joseph. But if you look at it technically, I did violate their terms of agreements, blah 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 blah, with my language in that video, and so I don't think I even bothered to appeal it. I may have appealed it, but I don't think so because I don't remember ever getting my appeal rejected. So I think I just didn't appeal it because I knew it wasn't gonna win. That's the thing. It's like I know ahead of time whether I'm in the right or in the wrong in everything. So no, you can't see that video anymore. I called him a coward and piece of shit and various other things. I mean, I don't have the video anymore. It was years ago. I don't retain all of this stuff. I assume YouTube's going to retain it for me. I operate on that assumption, whether it's correct or not. If it turns out not to be, then my loss. But it's like I had a whole channel called TWFP Raw 1 that had many thousands of hours of content on it of people, not me. It was an experiment of sorts. I paid somebody to construct an architecture to record like a video conference room that was always open, record it and upload it in 15-minute chunks to YouTube. And that one got completely deleted on copyright grounds because there was this one woman who, despite everybody there and continually telling her not to do it, would, there was I should have just disabled the feature, I guess, or something, but there was the capacity to share things in the room, like, here, watch this, that that she purposefully would put copyright shit that she knew was volatile copyright shit, like copyright people that were really fussy about their copyright. She'd put that there just to break us, and she won eventually. When that big change happened, they deleted that whole channel and the many thousands of hours of content that was there. It's not really a big loss for me because my stuff is here on this channel, but it was sad for my experiment. It was the end of my experiment. But the good news is TWFP Raw 2 did not get deleted. And I never opened it again. I don't want to even go to the back end of that channel because God knows what sort of trouble was awaiting me there. But it's still standing. You can watch those videos. So if you participated in that years ago in those Raw rooms, and it was very clear to everybody who went there that this is what was happening, right? It wasn't like I was secretly recording them. That's explicitly what this place was. It was some place where you go have conversations, it gets recorded and split into chunks and uploaded automatically to YouTube. Well, I mean, I don't have anything controversial. Look, YouTube's rules are very reasonable. The rules against misinformation, against uncivil language, uncivil discourse, and are rules that I never violate. Every time they think I do, they're wrong, and they agree with me that they're wrong. Yeah, well, C.S. Joseph had to complain about it and say he's being bullied in order for this to happen, right? That exposes a flaw in their system regarding that. But I can easily avoid anything by just being civil in my language, which I should be anyway. I'm better than that, you know? Everybody misses Type Police, but I'm sure that's a big reason why you don't do it anymore. No, that has nothing to do with why I don't do it anymore. It's not the fact that I don't do it anymore. It's just the fact that I haven't done it in a long time. And that Melissa Talk stuff made me... it's like that's something I don't like about it. It's tricky to do, right? Because what you're doing is you're telling people your subjective epistemics applied here are produced a wrong result. You're challenging their identity and saying you don't know yourself as well as I know you. People react very badly to that, obviously, even though it's true. So it's like, it's also the case that it only works on an FE level if I'm taking down people who are bigger than me. And you run out of prey pretty quick, right? You're looking to marry an ESFJ? If you are an ENTP, you should not marry an ESFJ, and you should ignore my old videos in general. The last couple of years, I've been right about cognitive function stuff. The last 3 years, maybe, or maybe max. But prior to that, you should ignore my videos. ESFJ and ENTP is not a good relationship because your absolute value is NI, which is the truth, and that is their polar function. In other words, they don't get when some determinate factor cascades down. They never will get that. And it'll continually drive you crazy. The other thing is, because they're ESFJs, they want to direct things. They want you to be a player in their play. And you don't want to be a player in their play. The ideal relationship is INFJ ENTP. It's the only true ideal relationship. I've been with my dual ISFJ. I've been with ESFJ. I've been with INFP. I've been with ISFP. I've been with... Well, I guess that's it. All I can say for sure is those types. But I've been with those types for sure. And none of those relationships work for various reasons. There's too many cognitive function conflicts for any of those relationships to work. You need to actually value who the other person is. If you're genuinely bipolar, you do not get this. You think, I will make a relationship work. I'm a genius. I will just explain how things need to be, and the relationship will accordingly take shape. No, no, no. You have to actually value the person you're with for who they are in ways that are more authentic than you can possibly decide. So the only way that's going to happen is if you're with an INFJ, because your fifth, if an ENTP's fifth slot function, their absolute value for by which they value things outside of themselves is NI. Your partner is somebody outside of yourself. Rachel's an NI dom. No wonder I'm constantly valuing her and saying and giving her credit for her successes. Meanwhile, she's giving me credit for her successes because we genuinely, foundationally, without any choice making of our own at all, instinctually value who the other person is and what their dominant function is, their dominant expression of being. I want to talk a lot. Rachel wants to listen a lot. It's who she is as an NI. She's a receiver. She's here observing reality and knowing intuitively what it means. That's what it is to be an NI dom. To be an NE dom is to think that you're creating reality with words all the time. So the fact that she's here, she's qualified to actually evaluate me, right? And does so all the time. And because she's FE tool, when I fail, she does so, she reveals it to me without judging me at all. And because I don't want to fail on FE levels. And she doesn't want to listen to boring ass shit. She makes me be good, right? Not just smell my own farts. I mean, I'd say it's 100% likelihood that I'm correct on this. You do have a lot on the line. And if in fact you are capable of using this knowledge to not marry this person you shouldn't marry, then my hat is 100% off to you, sir. Because there's going to be a lot of FE consequences. You're not going to be able to explain your justifications to anybody who, or you can, but they won't be able to understand them. And you'll be right, 100%. You'll be saving everybody a lot of fucking heartache down the road, but it would show remarkable foresight and ability to actualize the truth for anybody, really. Like, I can know what's true, but actualizing it is another matter. It's like I on some level knew that I shouldn't stay with my first wife after she cheated with me and tried to make it work. I must have known that on some level, but I thought it was something for me to decide. I didn't want my daughter to be growing up in a broken home. So instead, I just verbally abused her for a solid year until she had no choice but to leave. Right? So that's bipolar being an idiot. Obviously, your own feelings matter, and you're not going to stop hating this woman just because you've decided it's better that we be together for some reason. So the good news is she had to suffer through a year of Eric's incredibly deft verbal abuse because she so richly deserved it. I don't feel bad about it at all. But boy, I sure tore chunks out of her soul. That's the beautiful side of that bipolar. When somebody really deserves it, you don't feel bad at all. You feel happy. Justice has been attained by their suffering. After all, she caused me to suffer a lot. The only way justice was going to be attained was for her to suffer a lot. It's called fair. I like fair. I like things that are fair. Forgiveness is for Jesus. I agree with him, but unfortunately, I'm not Jesus. So I can attain a mortal level virtue of justice and be fine. I don't have to attain a divine level of positive moral good, of forgiveness, especially people who aren't genuinely repentant and don't understand the scope of what they've done don't deserve forgiveness, in my opinion. They deserve scorn and abuse until they learn something, you know? Until they recognize that they're the same as all the rest of us. Nobody gets away with it. Nobody. Not me, not Rachel, not anybody. Nobody gets away with shit justly. Nobody gets away with bullshit justly. And there are some people in the world who think that there are exceptions to this rule, that they should be able to get away with bullshit. For those people, I am and will forever remain the fiery sword of God. Well, it's not revenge. I'm not saying revenge. I'm saying justice. This is why I'm not out there chasing down people who deserve to be to have justice enacted upon them. But because I'm not an avenger, I am, and it wouldn't be revenge. It would be avenging a wrongdoing done. You know. But that's the difference between revenge and avenge is justice. If you put avenge minus revenge line underneath is justice. And that's what matters. What you got there, Rachel?
These are tea leaf cards. And I'm pretty on the fence about them. I do not get good readings with it. And I don't really resonate with it. And that makes me have questions.
Like, maybe they're too oriental for you.
Yeah.
After all, you're a pretty Occidental person.
Yeah, I think they are.
Therefore, Oriental things don't work for you because you're an Occidental person.
What does Occidental mean?
It's the opposite of Oriental. Western.
Yeah, it's true.
And it is correct to call those cards Oriental because they're not people, right?
Right.
Just like it's correct to call like furniture, like Chinese-looking furniture, Oriental. That's the correct art word for that kind of thing. There's Eastern, you know.
I'll show you. I'll give you an example of how these cards do not resonate with me. I'm gonna mix them up. I mix them up a lot. I change it up. Why don't I get? Because I'm looking for that good reading. Older man, dealings, relationship with an older man. Okay.
That one's correct.
Yeah.
See how little the Orient agrees with you? Even when you want it to prove that it doesn't agree with you.
Yeah.
You're a lobster tail lady, not a sushi lady.
No, I'm not.
You know, when Westerners get extravagant, they want to eat cooked lobster tail. When Easterners get extravagant, they want to eat raw different fish and stuff, you know?
All right, so next card I pick, Cup. You should accept valid criticism. What if I'm not looking for valid criticism? What am I looking?
Nobody's criticizing you.
Right.
So how could there be a need to accept the valid critique since nobody's criticizing you at all? And anybody is not at all subject to subjectivities influencing her into believing what she wants. It's you. You're the opposite. You're subject to other people's bullshit.
Yeah, it's true. So we got these cards, and I'm not really feeling them.
Well, toss them out. Get different
Well,
cards.
I want to know if they work for you. Because then it's worth keeping.
Rachel, you're the keeper of an eye in this relationship. If they don't work for you, they don't work for me.
Maybe we'll give them like for a gift. Because I can see them working well for others. Okay, Aga, I'll pull 3 for you. Aga, Nim. Aga, Nim. Okay, we got target. You are a goal-oriented person. Quill, get back to basics. And the last one, cup, you should accept valid criticism. Does that resonate with you? Do you need to accept valid criticism? Do you need to get back to basics? And are you a goal-oriented person? Yeah, I'm gonna know. I know. LOL. I'll pull more for other people. You know, if let me know. Do you want a tea leaf reading? I'll definitely read your cards. Just Davis, I totally get that. Okay, do you want just one card, show media? Okay. Show media. Door. Opportunities are awaiting you. Okay, just Davis get another. Maybe these cards are for you, show media. Okay, just Davis. Do you want 1 card or 3? Or, yeah, 3. Okay, 3. Cool. Alright, just Davis. One, 2, 3. Okay, we have barrel. You feel something is lacking in your life, perhaps love, money, or goals. It's a fun one. And the month that came up is February, so you're going to be feeling this now. An older man, dealings or relationship with an older man. Pretty vague, huh? So do you feel something is lacking in your life, perhaps love, money, or goals? Right now in the month of February, and are you dealing with an older man? Is it Eric, or is it another person in your life who's an older man?
Big yawns for those.
Aww.
So, I'll be right back. Hold on, everybody. One second.
It's definitely not wrong. Well,
So, this morning was one of the very rare occasions where I actually swallowed my Adderall rather than melting it in my mouth like I usually do. What three cards were they?
February, older man, and barrel.
Well, it is February.
Mm-hmm.
I am an older man.
Good for you.
I mean, the thing is, I'm older than you, but I'm not nearly as old as most 51-year-olds.
Right, that's what I mean. It's so vague. Could be dealing with.
What's barrel mean?
I'll find it.
Oh, no bother. It's fine.
You feel something is lacking in your life, perhaps love, money, or goals.
Well, I mean, that's accurate enough. We don't know what we want, really. Neither of us do, exactly.
Well, this was for Just Davis.
Oh, that was for Just Davis.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I don't know what that means then.
I'll do it for us then, okay.
Okay.
You choose, well, I'll do 3, or maybe 4. You draw 2, I draw 2.
Okay. I don't think an even number is appropriate for these things.
Okay, so.
It seems like it's always an odd number.
3?
Right? 3 or 5?
5.
You pick 3, I'll pick 2.
Okay. 1. You have to close your eyes with this one too, because you sometimes they're face up. 2.
I can't. I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't use my eyes to know things.
3.
Unless they're words, right? Well, I'll just grab a couple of them. These 2 right here. Which ones did I grab? I grabbed, what does it say, rotisserie chicken? Rooster. Rooster. Am I the cock of the walk?
What does it say about rooster?
I have no idea. I don't have my glasses on. Let me put them on. This is what it says. An arrogant, boastful person you should not cross. I guess that's me.
But it's about the relationship.
I don't need to have teeth to be a person you should not cross. I still bite.
Okay.
And then bull. Let's see what this one says.
You're a Taurus.
Do not back down from opposition. Show strength and fortitude. Well, that's just my MO in general. If anything, I need to be less of a rooster and bull. But this is an accurate description of me, but it tells me nothing I don't already know.
Okay, so mine is the goldfish. Increase in material wealth or spiritual growth. That's nice.
Well, that's exactly where we are.
Lily, spiritual love. That's definitely us.
Yeah, that's definitely us.
And bat, take care. Enemies are working against you. We definitely know that for sure.
That's nothing new. I mean, that's just life. It's talking with famous people.
Maybe I just needed to not use them on myself. I needed to spread the love of the cards in order to get the respect from them.
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, all that stuff's just describing stuff that already exists and we know. It's nice that it provides us these simple symbols and to reduce them into, but where's the mouse?
Yeah.
Did I lose the mouse? Somehow I did. Wonder where it is.
I do too.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious.
No! You found it!
No, I didn't find that, but wait a second. There were all the liners.
Oh my god, that's such a good find!
I found all the liners. There's been missing. There's another one out here. All 4 of the liners went. I found them all. That's a miracle.
It's a miracle! We're so happy!
Oh, I could just find
The mouse.
the mouse.
What the heck is a mouse?
Where can I put it? Oh, here it is. I put it over there for some reason. I probably set it down on the arm of the chair and it just fell over there. Safia Gashina. Sofia Gashina? That's your name? Interesting name. Sofia Gashina. Seems like a lot of sh in there, you know? You got a lot of SH in your name. Sofia? I guess Sofia doesn't have a sh in it. It has a fia. You don't hear a lot of words with fia in it. Gashina.
This is Sophia?
Gashina sounds like a kind of candy. Yeah, doesn't it? Sounds like an instance of a gushy candy is a gashina. Anyway, welcome. Sorry to immediately like start parsing your name. Yeah, it sounds like gushers. Have you ever eaten gushers? Anybody here? I have.
I used to love Gushers. My mom did not like it because they were not nutritional, but we loved them so much that we got them.
I wonder what happened to gushers.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think they make them anymore.
They're not nutritional.
Well, I mean, neither is any other candy.
That's true, but I think that they were advertised as like kid snacks.
Thanks, Jess Davis.
Thanks, Just Davis.
YouTube thanks you as well. YouTube gets $2. I get $2.
Well, I like the GIF you used.
Actually, I think with Super Chats, it's a better percentage than that. I think it's like 80-20 or something, 70-30. I don't know. But maybe that's why they got in trouble, because they advertised the kids' heads would change into things, but they actually didn't.
That could be.
It could be, but I mean, the thing is, what kid actually? No kid would believe that was actually going to happen. You'd have to be a pretty dumb kid to think that. You know what sounds like a really good idea, Rachel?
What?
Polyamora.
Oh my god, I'm gonna definitely do that. So, when's this one coming? Monday?
The snow coming on Monday night.
Okay. Alright, so if we don't get weed today.
We have Saturday, Sunday to go to Merced. We'll do it tomorrow. I don't want to go really anywhere today because we split that mushroom tea. It's not like I'm tripping particularly hard. It was just the remnants of the mushrooms. But nevertheless, mushrooms make me not want to go anywhere.
Good, that's good.
Just Davis says, Clubby ETP definitely believed his head would turn into a fruit after he ate gushers as a kid. That's not very nice. Just Davis, that is not very nice.
Oh, that is very nice, and I feel bad for laughing at that. Oh.
That's not very nice. It's an accurate statement.
Very not.
That's quite funny is also an accurate statement. And those two things can coexist.
It's okay. I have to reconcile that.
Yeah.
To kick it with her, not kick it with you.
Mushrooms always make me yawn too. That's another one. That's another thing that's always the same with mushrooms. They always make me cold, at least for a little bit at the beginning, and they always make me yawn.
Hey, Sophia Kashina, how about don't tell us what to talk about?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Rachel. Well, we'll talk about whatever we want. Good news for you is I think the topic of gushers has exhausted its interest at this point.
Hey, I mean, I could talk about it a little more.
we could. But
They're so soft, and then when they gush, it's like a nice like flavor in your mouth.
it's kind of like, hey, you came in my mouth, but actually it tastes good.
That's an ENTP right there. Oh, there's the lead.
One thing to remember
I'll pull a card for Sophia if she wants it.
is for every dumbness there is a corresponding retardation. I mean, for every smartness there's a corresponding retardation. The thing is, and equivalently the other way around. So to be that dumb in certain ways means you have to be super smart in other ways. And it's just that the public discourse realm is it favors a certain kind of smart that's not very applicable to actual life for most people most of the time, but that can be hilariously exposing to those who are not equipped. And they're not, because they're not equipped, they're also not equipped to know that they're not equipped. So that's just how it is. We should, yeah, we'll go. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Like, we really should go to Oakland. We could go to Oakland, one store we get both weed and mushrooms. So we're out of mushrooms now. And Sunday's a good day to go to Oakland. I did that last time we went to Oakland. I went to Oakland. It's like 2 weeks ago, I think. So how about we do that on Sunday?
Sounds good.
Sunday's the best day to go to Oakland because it's the least traffic around the Bay Area. And all of the diamond lanes are open to everybody on Sunday.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, there's signs up that say it. I don't trust those signs in the Bay Area because I have gotten tickets from the Bay Area multiple times when I was firmly convinced I was following the rules. But they've got these lanes around the Bay Area that have different times, different kinds of passes you need, and it's all very confusing. So on Sunday, they're all open, but you can also stay out of them because there's not very much traffic. Definitely close. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff right there. I like that.
I like that too.
+5. +5 hilarity points for you.
I am excited to go to Yosemite and Fresno. I haven't been to Fresno yet.
Oh, I have. You're not excited.
Okay. All right.
I was just at Fresno and there's no redeeming qualities.
Oh, that's good to know.
Merced is like high class Fresno, and Merced is pretty ghetto. You know, Merced's got some nice old homes and stuff. It's got some nice areas.
Homes. Yeah, yeah.
It's got some nice areas, but it's also mostly kind of ghetto. Yeah. Probably they have crime there and stuff. You know, we've got graffiti and you see it periodically.
And like you can tell by the Target, like the Target was.
I don't remember. I barely remember our visit to the Target. I do remember, one thing I remember was asking somebody where to find something. And they told us. What were we getting at? Oh, we got that broken coffee maker there.
Yeah.
That's what we got there.
We
got it home and it was
towels,
broken.
which were good. That was a good place to get towels.
The towels.
Yeah.
I don't remember noting any of the ghetto qualities.
I did.
You're talking about the clientele in general or what?
And the workers, like
a lot of tats.
Like dirty floor and stuff out of place.
Oh, I didn't notice any of that stuff. See, she's an observer, right? I'm not an observer, so I miss all kinds of shit. I draw vast conclusions on little observational data, to my detriment usually, which is why it's great for us to be a couple, right? It's great to have an observer and a not passive, but
Passive.
receptive intuition and active intuition together is perfect because it completes the intuition package. What I don't observe and intuit about, she's observing and intuiting about as a matter of course.
Yeah.
And what she doesn't ideate, I'm ideating as a matter of course. So we fill in all of each other's gaps intuitively. We make a powerful intuition team. And because we have the same TF thing, we're both TIFE, and because they're in the opposite spots, it's perfect. That was true for ISFJ as well. That's super important that your 2-3 be flipped, because I'm super logical, but don't actually care whether things are fair for me very much. She cares about fairness a lot and has kind of a childlike understanding of fairness.
Yeah, I do.
Like split things in half,
Mm-hmm.
And I'm perfectly fine with that because, even if it were unfair, she's fair, but even if she were unfair, I'd be fine with it up to a point because I don't value it as an absolute value. What I value as an absolute value is social grace, which she has in spades. She never embarrasses me. Never, ever, ever, ever embarrasses me, no matter how smart the people I'm hanging out with are. And that's rare.
Oh,
Thanks,
thank you, Sophia.
Sophia Gushina.
Okay, I got your card for you.
$5 for us. Thanks, Sophia.
You got the quill. Get back to the basics.
Sophia, I barely know you. Yeah, you got the quill. Get back to the basics. The reason you don't like these cards is they have commands on them.
Yeah, definitely.
That's why you don't like those cards. I can tell you that right now. Rachel does not like commands. Rachel and commands are oil and water.
Oh, this is so embarrassing. It's so true.
Why should cards have commands on them anyway?
Let's try again. I'm gonna put one for you.
Okay. If she's gonna give me a command, I'm gonna give it a command back.
Yes. Okay. Cain, pay attention to your health.
That's why I'm quitting smoking. Okay, you be a square card. Again, it's descriptively accurate. That's what I'm doing right now. Why does it need to phrase it as a command?
Okay, I'm gonna pull one for me.
Yeah, it's descriptively accurate. Why does it need to phrase it as a command? I don't like being commanded.
You don't like command either.
Yeah. Neither of us like being commanded.
Forest.
I don't know. Some people might, but
oh my gosh! Look.
What does it
Forest, say? Muddled, unclear thinking. Why would a forest represent that? Forests are beautiful.
Forest represents muddled, unclear thinking. Not for us at all. We're finally in a place where our thinking can clear a bit. We still have somewhat muddled, unclear thinking because it takes a while to transition from one equilibrium, which was pretty fucking horrible, to a new equilibrium, which is absolute heaven. Like, that transition is not easy. Talk about a volatile period of state change. It's expressing in me the volatility of being sick for a super long time. And, Rachel, I don't know how she's experiencing the volatility. She's much more competent of writing the changes of things because she's an observer rather than me, who's trying to create with words, which assumes everything else stays in place. You feel like ISTJs probably like to be commanded? I don't think they like to be commanded. You know what's weird? What's weird about when Cameron was here, Rachel and I were talking about the screen doors. And he interpreted that as me saying to him, let's take down these screen doors. And I was like, yeah, we're talking about how we would like these screen doors not to be here. We are not talking about doing it.
No.
Okay? Doing things is something that takes a long time to decide and get around to and meow meow. But for Cameron, it's just such a default thing that even though the Super Bowl was about to come on, he thought I was saying, let's take down these screen doors now because Rachel and I were talking about wanting to take them down at some point.
Yeah, at some point, yeah.
Of course, he was on mushrooms too. So that kind of explains
Oh.
it a little bit, maybe. But regardless, I said, no, Cameron, I'm not saying let's take down the screen doors now. Of course, let's watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah, right, exactly.
The only thing is, I forgot about Super Bowl because I was having this conversation with Rachel about the doors because she saw my facial expression being like furrowed brow and wants to know like what's wrong, Eric. Well, nothing's wrong. I'm just musing about how these screen doors must have been added by the last people instead of the original person because they're so dumb. Especially the one in the laundry room, which doesn't even have a screen in it. It's just like all falling apart and everything. I didn't. Well, I thought that was. I didn't even know really that. Well, I knew there was a screen door here, but I didn't know it was matching. They're matching screen doors. The screen door here works as a screen door, so I never really thought about it beyond that. But I don't. Of course, now that I have thought about it, I don't want a screen door there. Certainly not that kind of screen door. None of the other screens in this house are like that. Like the screen door on the dining room is brilliantly designed, right? The doors are doors that open regular. The screen door is a sliding screen door. Okay? So you can choose to leave it open or not. These ones are the ones that you have to and they close again all the time. They're not brilliantly designed. That's ESTJ shit, not INTJ shit. The dining room is INTJ shit. So Rachel and I were talking about that. We're talking about how one can tell from the lack of intuition which things were original to the house and which things were added by the middle people. Certainly, we were furthest from our minds was we'd forgotten about the Super Bowl, and furthest from our minds was actually doing anything. But if your frame of reference is getting shit done, like an STJ, then you're going to interpret that stuff, especially if you're FE polar, and are trying to read subtext where there is none. Then you're gonna think that it's me hinting that we should get this done or something. Yeah. But the furthest thing from my mind.
Yeah, you're not trying to hint at anything.
Yeah.
You're just talking. We were just talking about it.
Yeah.
Musing, I guess.
Hi, OKN. But Cameron's such a great guy. He's such a saint. I mean, he is such a good friend and such an asset to our family in general. Not just to me. He was an asset to my mom, to my dad. He's important. And you cannot even conceive of a more considerate house guest.
Seriously.
Whenever he's here, he leaves. This place is much cleaner than it was when he arrived.
Yeah.
And he gets me to do the important things that need to be done instead of just sitting around. And it's critical, And it's like he gets me out there doing some manual labor that I need to do and find very satisfying, but that I have trouble starting. Later today, I intend now, although who knows what that means, right? But I intend to get on the ladder. I don't have to get much up on the ladder to get these ones, and at least pull the shit out of the rain gutters right around here. Because I can probably reach it just without even being on a ladder, but I want to be able to look inside of it, so I'll get a ladder and pull the pine needles out and put them in a trash can or something. Because that's one problem this house had when we bought it. I knew it had it when we bought it. Mm-hmm. I had mentioned it when we first looked at it. Mm-hmm. Is that the rain gutters are full of pine needles, and it's causing paint on the underside of the rain gutters to it's causing that wood to get wet and the paint's all coming off of it. So I need to repaint. But fortunately, all the things I need were already here. They even have a special tool for cleaning out the rain gutters here. And they have all the paint that we need, the matching paint for the exterior whites. We have at least 1 full gallon of it, plus paint brushes, plus rollers. So it's like, everything I could possibly need is already here. It's crazy.
It's convenient.
Yeah. And what we should probably do is either get that generator started so we know it works, or take it into town and have somebody look at it who knows what they're doing to see if it works or fix it or whatever. If we could get that done before the big snow thing, would be great. Because if that generator works, we do have gasoline left in the gas can. I don't know if there's gasoline in the generator or not, but I think Cameron said there was. Oh yeah. He showed me. It's full. It's full of gasoline. So if I can get it started, this house is set up. You plug that shit in the garage in this master plug, and it powers the whole house. That's what a genius INTJ designed this house. Which is why it's just continually delighting us,
Mm-hmm.
With things that we don't know at all. Like we don't know how to be homeowners. We don't know how to appreciate a home at all because we've never had one before. Not anything worth having. Even when I rented a house in Temple City, it was a tiny 2-bedroom house, 2-bedroom, 1 bath, and it was nothing like the experience of this. This is an experience of basically being on the grid, way out in the woods. We have internet, we've got everything, but normally people who are this way out in the woods don't have that stuff.
Yeah.
We are not on well water because of the genius who built this house that we just coincidentally happened to buy. And all the rest of this miles from here to the highway are on well water. We have trash service out here, even though we were told initially that we wouldn't. Granted, they're not very good at doing their job, but that's okay because we're new clients. Maybe they're just not good at adjusting to the fact that their schedules have been changed.
I think that's like part of the male woman's frustration is that she probably has like a route already, and we were never a part of her route, or like
we haven't been for a long time.
And now we're getting mail, and
we get a lot of
out.
it.
Yeah, and we have to, so she has to come out more, but it's just her job. Like
right.
She's getting paid well. She's a federal.
He came and complained to us about the mud in front of our mailbox, which is not our land, of course, right? It belongs to the telephone company. They dug cables there between the road and our mailbox, and it's muddy. They didn't fill it properly. The mailman's complaining to us. What now I finally realize is she needs to complain to the telephone company herself.
Yeah.
Why is she trying to subcontract out her complaining to me? She's the one with all the information about why it's the way it was, why it's the way it is. So complain to the telephone company and tell them to do it. Don't tell me to call some other company to fix it. You do it. It just occurred to me right now. That's the answer to that question.
You're right.
I've been thinking about it. It's been bothering me for days, but right now I just finally realized that's the answer to that question. I told
my dad, and my dad was like, "What the hell's her problem?" Like, too bad. My dad. That's what I like. Is my dad will be like, "Well, too bad. That's her job." Like,
yeah. Well, whereas we're FE people, right? And she's ESTJ. She's coming in here full of commands. But at the end, she's kind of saved herself by saying, obviously you guys do what you want to do, blah, blah, blah. Because she must have realized this was coming off not so great. And so we interpreted it as somebody else is having a problem with our stuff. We're causing a problem for somebody else, and we should try to fix that because doesn't look good. But obviously, it's been bothering us for days, and finally, I realized why. Now that's the answer to the question. The telephone company is the one responsible for this. If you have a problem with it, you complain to the telephone company.
Yeah.
That's not our land.
Not our land. She told us. She told us clear.
I mean, no, it definitely is not. That's why they buried cable there,
yeah,
right?
Right. Not directly said that, but in.
But it takes me a while to figure things out like this. You know, it's like I don't know. I'm not a knower. I'm a deliberator. So I have to have time thinking about it until I come to the correct conclusion. When I am given time, then I'm correct and there's no shaking me, right? It's like at first when Janet came and suggested that she buy our house for $1,070,000, I thought, okay, well we'll probably take this offer. I even told her 99%, but I thought about it. And by the time I thought about it, and then instead of 99% chance I was going to say yes, I was enraged and made sure she didn't make a single dime off of the deal. So she managed to cut herself entirely out of a deal where she had no business being in the first place. Because I don't know anything about real estate or anything, I just take people at their word and assume that that's how things work in real estate. You know, that horrible woman. But that horrible woman, she was already getting away with something she'd never gotten away with, and then she tried to get more. And she tried to get a lot more. She tried to rip us off for almost $200,000. So she's lucky she only got what she got from me and not anything punitive. She's lucky I was willing to just cut her completely out of the thing and not require her to pay me $10,000 as I initially planned to. But I was too busy to pursue that at the time. Anyway. Daniel, Hannah, I understand this. You wish to be typed by me. That makes you a smart person who wants to know their type correctly. And I respect that. And I accordingly will begin typing sessions again relatively soon. I'm getting there. I'm almost there. The thing is, this moving in process has violated our prime directive. I think much more for me than for Rachel, but definitely for me. I expected it to be there to not be any real adjustment period. That we're just going to move in and all of our problems would be solved. We'd have our house and that would be it.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
It turns out it was much more complicated than that. So, as a consequence, this moving in period has been challenging for both of us. As overly being very intuitive means being retarded about objects. I did not get that we need our stuff right away. So we were in this house, we had no dishes, we had no clothes, we had no blankets, we had nothing, you know? Because I didn't understand that objects are important. That's what I mean by for every kind of smartness, there's a corresponding retardation. And when it comes to objects, I'm 100% retarded. Anyway, as a consequence, or in correspondence with it, being an SI conscious person, I think, means that my body tries to process a lot of the stuff that is happening to me. Even though it doesn't seem like there's a link, you know, because I'm operating at such an intuitive level, I don't see there as being any link to what's happening narratively in my body. But my body disagrees. So it got the sickest I've ever been, really. You know, I was sicker. I felt better in general, but I was sicker than I was when I had COVID. COVID knocked us out for a long time, but COVID was weird. It was like it made me super sleepy and and made me smell weird smells and stuff, but it didn't really make me feel bad. I didn't get a cough. I didn't have it wasn't very mucusy, you know. Whereas this one was I got a serious chest infection. And that's my body telling me it's time to quit smoking, you know. And and that mentally you can't handle this dramatic sudden change and it's going to reflect physically in your body. So in order to transition to a new equilibrium, I had to get really sick and stay sick for a long time. I'm still sick, but I'm getting over it. And and I was fighting it most of the time, you know. I didn't want to accept that I have to shift gears now. I can't just it's like I wasn't prepared to be I was expecting to be me in a new place. And the reality is this new place allows for a new and better me that's not expressed in the same habits and ways that I brought into this home, you know? So that's tough because those are subjectivities as well, which are my weak spots. Anyway, the good news is I feel like I'm becoming a lot more fluent in my subjectivities, as fluent as I can be. Uh, this place is requiring me to be much more active in my relationship with SI, which is my conscious subjectivity, and at least more aware of when and where it's important to know what you want. Uh, it's sort of improving my workaround of my unconscious FI to have a map that understands clearly how and where a certain kind of subjectivity is required, even if I don't have it, access to it consciously, um, allows me to position things in a hypothetical. Like, well, if I did know what I wanted, or how would that, and if I wanted this, and how would that impact this? And if I wanted this, how would that impact this? So, you know, that's that's a pretty effective workaround. Allows me to gain more fluency into my unconscious functions than somebody would who's less of a mapping type. Because I'm communication 1, 2, 3, as Rachel is, we're we're really retarded about subjectivities and actualities. But on the other hand, we have rather unique access to using maps well to access parts that we couldn't otherwise access. So that's the trade-off. There are some types who are much more balanced, right? But we're both very extreme types, as are like ISTJs and ESTJs. No, ISTJs more. ISTJs are maximally unbalanced in the other way. Like Cameron's as concrete as it gets. ISFP, no. They still have NI third. Who's the other one that doesn't have N until fourth?
I think it's ESFP.
ESFP. They're the other maximally concrete kind because they don't have an N until fourth. So those two types are least able to use intellectual maps to understand things, and on the other hand, they have the least need to use intellectual maps to understand things because they have fluency in their subjectivities and in their particulars. If your particulars are all lined up, then who cares about the universals, right? And nobody's particulars are more lined up than Cameron's. He's got his shit so lined up, I don't even know. It just seems impossible to me. He knows where everything is. He lost something briefly in this house. It was stunning to all of us because Cameron never loses anything. I thought for a second he asked me what time it was one time when he was talking on the phone. He was really saying like, "What time is it?" Like, "How are you up already?" to his girlfriend, right? But what it made me realize is Cameron never has and never will ask me what time it is because he always knows for himself. And that's what it means to be the least communication oriented of all the types. He doesn't expect anybody else to provide him any information about anything.
You know what's fascinating to me is the relationship between him and Trouble, because it so shows like the conflict relation. Like Trouble like won't come in, even though like it's, like ISTJ Cameron like wants something nothing to do with him except for like to help him out and like pet him and stuff. But Trouble, he stays away.
But you know what? When he's house sitting for us, which we're going to need him to do that when we go to Missouri. He'll figure out a way to get Trouble to come inside tonight. Cameron will figure that out. He's good at that kind of stuff.
True that.
By the time we get back, it wouldn't be surprise me if Cameron's made friends with him even.
Yeah.
He's really good with animals.
He is. Well, he kind of expressed, like, Cameron kind of expressed, he was like, I don't care, like, he can do whatever he wants about Trouble, like, pretty much. Like, he's like, he can come to me, you know?
Right, well, that's why he's good with animals. He doesn't want to try to force himself on an animal that doesn't want his attention.
Exactly. And I was like, good, that's great, done.
There's a question for you, Rachel.
I don't know what the NITI loop is. Like, what does it say?
I'm not a big believer in these loops, but I do get like some kind of idea of an SI-FI loop where you keep remembering something that makes you feel bad. You can't stop thinking about it, right? That's the only thing I can think of when it comes to loops. What an NITI loop would look like, I guess, would be here's the truth, but here's what's logical, and there's a distance between them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I do like when it comes to like stuff like magical thinking, like I know that's like an NI thing to be like, if you like, you can create your life. If you think positively, then positive things will happen to you. Like, I understand that in an NI way, but my TI is like, there's so much more to life than just that. There's so many more qualifications to have that sort of happiness that comes into play. So yeah, I guess I do have the NITI loop sometimes, and it definitely makes me question things when that happens. Yeah, because like I know it happens. Like I've definitely thought about life in, like, I was like, I'm starting to get a little bit bitter about things. I need to like be more grateful. And when I did that, I would do like gratitude lists, and it made me feel better. But like my TI was screaming like after a while, like you're just forgetting other factors. So I would get like stuck, like, is this real? Is it not? So, and I still grapple with that. So, like, even like with tarot reading, I I know that tarot is like and I think it's an intuition sort of thing, but I also know that we have fucking free will, and that we can do whatever that we create our lives. So yeah, I can definitely get into that. Ugh. Cough medicine tastes disgusting, like Vicks. Ugh. I have to hold my nose so that I don't taste it. Cough medicine is gross. I wouldn't even say it's bitter. And maybe it's bitter, but I really like bitter drinks, bitters and drinks, like in alcohol. But I don't drink alcohol. I stuff. I don't know. I forget what the replacement for bitters liquor is. Ooh, can I have a sip of that?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Look what's back, guys. It's Florida's natural grapefruit juice.
I was so excited to see you at Bombs.
FNGJ is back. And it is fantastic. It's why I didn't dissolve my Adderalls this morning. I just drank a bunch of grapefruit juice first. Then I swallowed them with grapefruit juice. Because grapefruit juice shuts down the part of your stomach acid that eats up some of the drug. The drug dosages in general are done with the knowledge that your stomach acid eats up a certain amount of the drug and makes it ineffective. That's why I dissolve them in my mouth, right? Because that way I get all the drug. But if you drink grapefruit juice, that part of your stomach acid that eats up drugs is rendered, it's killed basically, and it doesn't recover for like 24 to 48 hours. If you drink grapefruit juice all the time, it never recovers because you never give it a chance to, right? So then all the drugs you take you'll get the full effects of them. Now, most drugs, that's not a good thing, right? Most prescription drugs, you want the amount that you're supposed to get and have them factor in the stomach acid thing. Only fun drugs does that matter, right? Anyway, I want to talk about something I was thinking about outside. It's pretty interesting, I think. So, I treat NI as though it were something I create that if I've done it successfully, there's no way to trace it back to me. Things that are NI are entities released into the world that attain their own identity totally independent of the creator. To the extent that something lacks that universality, it's because there's too much of the creator in it. When you can smell too much of the creator's farts, then it's not good art, right? You want things to be universally resonant, timeless. Good stuff is timeless. And it's not about the person who made it at all. So the thing is, what's important to remember is NI is not that at all. NI is a receiving function that intuits what's good or not. That's the only commonality between my understanding of it and actual NI is that I know what's good. But mostly what I do is I have to, like generate a bunch of stuff and then listen to it, and I'll know what the one part that's good, right? So, but I still think of NI as the product of creation rather than what it actually is, a receiving function that intuits stuff about stuff, right? So as a consequence, the ultimate, the thesis here, which I will finally get to, is that here's why you can trust that Rachel and I are actually, INFJ ENTP is actually the right relationship. The reason you can trust that is because for every relationship, I always did the same thing. I always created the narratives that we were perfect for each other in every one of those relationships. And the way I did it is the same way I always do things. I set NI things, and then I access SI examples to prove them. The problem is, in all of my previous relationships, while I was telling the narrative of how we were perfect for each other, it was varying degrees of difficult because I was establishing these narratives to be true as a responsibility of being a good partner. And I was having to access actualities that sometimes directly conflicted with or contradicted what I was saying. And while I could be selective about the actualities I chose to use to prove my point about how we're meant to be together, I nevertheless was unable to not be objective about the fact that these other things were contradictions, right? I could choose not to voice them, but I could not choose to not be aware of them because I'm objective by nature. So the thing is, in all of the previous relationships, the narratives started out right and deteriorated over time because the actuality was not the story I was telling. In contrast, the same thing is true with Rachel. I mean, I started off telling these narratives about how we're perfect together before either of us could possibly even know that. But, and I put up all these various defense narratives for the things I anticipated that might be wrong to prevent those from occurring. And over time, it just turned out none of that stuff was necessary. And in fact, that there's nothing that pops up that contradicts what I'm saying, unlike every previous relationship, and endless examples of that validate what I'm saying. And it's just, it's like for somebody who's mistaken having a relationship for telling the right story, it's pretty dramatic when the story you're telling is actually the true story. Because you accept, being in a relationship, I do, that I'm going to tell the right story, and that will help us to be that thing. It never even occurred to me that you might actually have that thing and be describing it rather than creating it. So that's what's happened in this relationship. Anybody seen Rachel and I together can tell immediately, if not immediately, then after a certain amount of time watching us, that we don't have any problems, right? There's nothing going on between us negative at all. So, and there wasn't in the worst conditions, and there isn't in the best conditions. We see eye to eye, we understand things the same way. We're both prioritizing intuition, and we both genuinely validate one another because our fifth slot function, how we validate the world, is the other person's dominant function. So, everybody who wants to have an opinion on the matter should have the following opinion, if they want to be correct. That, in fact, the correct match for any ENTP is an INFJ and vice versa. And that any other person, any other type, will always be, at best, the sustainable wrong relationship. A good, sustainable, wrong relationship. That's the best it can possibly be. Because, after all, in the right relationship, you genuinely are impressed all the time by who the other person is, and feel like, hey, I'm getting the better end of this bargain. That's possible only when the two fives are the ones of the others, and it's sustainably so only when they have the same TFs. So, I mean, assuming the T and F is a 1 and 5, but Kiersey calls INFJ and EHP the golden couple. I don't put much weight in anything Kiersey says, but he's right about that. He's absolutely right about it. We've both been in plenty of relationships prior to this one, and to compare them, those other things weren't even relationships. How could they be? And for both of us, the other people in these previous relationships did not understand. And we did. How can you have an equal relationship with somebody who does not understand when you do? It's not possible. To have a romantic, intimate relationship with somebody who differs from you that much, such that only one of you understands things. Not that understanding things is a good way to be. As I said before in a video, it's probably the worst possible way to be. That's why all understanders are cannon fodder unless you get extremely lucky. I got extremely lucky. I was coddled and protected my whole life, Rachel didn't get so lucky, but she was still had her basic needs met, like shelter and clothes and stuff, and food and water. But fortunately, Rachel is the most universalist of all types. So she's the most immune to particularist shit. She can process and put behind her pretty easily horrible things because her way of being is observing the external world now and going forward. She does not have a conscious relationship at all with her past and her memories and stuff. It's autopilot. It produces things for her NI as needed, communicatively. She has examples to communicate things, but it's not something that infests her conscious being very much. So, she's perfectly designed to deal with that shit and come out of it okay. She must have fucking hated every minute of it because she's the only one who understood anything, and it seemed like the entire world was insane. When it just seemed like it, the entire world was insane. I mean, what else do you call Mercy Medical Center trying to have her go to some sort of ongoing camp when that's not how you treat bipolar mania at all? And if you treat it properly, you don't need any ongoing maintenance. You just need to take the drugs. It's an insane world that she was subject to, right? But, and she clearly was able to see it was insane, and nobody would listen to her because nobody wanted to listen to her. They wanted their reality to be the reality, not actuality. But Rachel defeated them all.
Yeah, with your help.
She got with me. And when there's injustice that brazen, oh my God, I am definitely God's fiery sword. Mm-hmm. Because they're just handing me as much ammunition as I could possibly ever dream of using, right? And they're supposed to be professional medical people. They're supposed to help people. So they're totally fucked, right?
Yeah.
And I personally delight in imagining the scenario that Rachel has described to me. And one time she went in there and she had me on speakerphone, and I asked them if they had a consent form for the thing they were doing. Well, we must have it around here somewhere. Those fucks.
Like the secretary and the principal in Ferris Bueller when like Cameron pretends to be the dad and he's like, "How dare you talk to my son like that?" And they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Like, what do I do?
Rachel got herself an advocate.
Yeah.
And not just a normal advocate, she got herself Eric.
Eric. Mm-hmm.
And,
They were like scrambling.
the fact is, if you have been wronged, if you've genuinely been wronged in articulable ways, I am the best possible advocate you could possibly ever imagine. Because I'm genuinely outraged and way smarter than everybody else you're dealing with.
It's that truth.
So, it's a delightful part of our story, how Rachel ended up at the end of all this bullshit, just bottom of the ninth inning, grand slam to win the game, and nobody can deny it. And now, especially, right? Her family maybe is full of haters as it can possibly be. Yeah.
Yeah, but serious.
Now we own this perfect home in the woods, free and clear. It's better than all of your houses. So fuck off.
Yeah.
So Rachel could not have won any more than she won. It's like she just completely annihilated every single one of those people who was shitting on her. Her brother is so proud of himself for purchasing his parents' house that he doesn't yet own. Well, Rachel and I are married, as far as I'm concerned. And we will be actually legally married soon enough, which will make her a Strauss, which will make her an equal member of the Strauss family trust. So her brother can go fuck himself, right? Whatever shit he wants to rub in her face, it's just now turns out he was rubbing it in his own face.
He's such a dick. He says that he told my dad he has no problem getting my mail, but it's starting to pile up, and my dad doesn't come enough to pick it up, so I have to like change my address. Like, what?
Well, you did fill out.
I did, yeah.
The thing is, you probably didn't fill out a change of address form there.
No, because he kicked me out.
Right, he kicked you out all of a sudden and you had to leave right away.
Yup.
So you didn't even
have time.
There was no notice that she was going to be moving. Yeah. No opportunity to fulfill a change of address form.
Yeah,
So, yeah. So I guess what'll I didn't know your brother had communicated that to you.
Just found out yesterday.
Did he communicate it to you directly?
No, he communicated to my dad.
Okay. Well, we need to make sure we have a conversation with your dad about that. And remind him the circumstances under which you were unable to make a change of address form, the hypocrisy of his scumbag son, and how if that boy wants to say anything to his sister, he needs to say it to me first. He will never speak a word, therefore, because he's terrified of me. Because he's a dumb scumbag. So, obviously, I'm his worst nightmare. I have plans at some point of traveling to New York and publicly shaming him at one of his volleyball games, where he's the coach, and explaining to the crowd, parents, students, etc., what a sister-abusing scumbag he is. won't be able to hide from me then, will he? Since he will go to every imaginable lengths to avoid speaking one word to me. Well, if you won't allow me to do this privately, Anthony, I guess I'm going to have to do it publicly. Because the idea that you would escape justice is foul and unpleasant smelling to me. And we can certainly fly to New York whenever we want. Just have to schedule Cameron to come up and house sit for us. We don't know when we're going to do it. We're not big planners, you know?
Yeah, like,
But,
and why would I want to get?
I mean, but he should be aware that that's vaguely in our plans and may happen at any time because I might get mad enough to actually just fucking book the tickets. You know, that's the best. That's the best.
What would happen?
That's the best solution to perpetual madness is to do something about it, right?
Yeah.
Because I am periodically, occasionally made mad when I wake up in the morning because I wake up thinking about him for some reason. Well, I've got a great solution to that. It's easily within my reach.
Well, and you'll be able to see the cute town that I grew up in.
Yeah, that'd be nice too. Destroy your brother and see your cute town. That'd be wonderful.
Yeah.
Both those things would be equally delightful. I feel confident that your mother's been put in her place.
Yeah, because she like.
She fucked up in front of me and I fucking crushed her ass.
Hey, Levi Samuels. Cameron tea is good.
She was pretty good about not fucking up in front of me for a long time. But she made the mistake of thinking that because I was back in LA and Rachel was down at her timeshare that she could go back to her normal ways and get away with it.
Yeah, I was like,
talk about anti-polar.
Yeah.
Like not getting the fact that you're gonna tell me, obviously.
Yeah. Like we're partners, of course I'm gonna tell you.
And then she asked, well, why did you call him? Why didn't you talk to me about it? Because you're a scumbag and I'm actually on Rachel's side.
Yeah.
She disowned Rachel because she smoked pot outside in California. Talk about anti-polar. Not getting how that story is not going to fly, right? Nobody's going to be convinced by that story.
That's so funny.
And then she tried to backtrack it without actually being accountable. Yeah, exactly. Wow, really? Yes, really.
Yeah, really. That definitely happened.
We'd gone down there to see her mom, who inexplicably had made her timeshare like hundreds of miles away from where we live.
Yeah.
But whatever, she wanted to be in San Diego, I guess. Well, now I know why. Because she was hoping to get Rachel alone and have me go back to LA, which happened. I did. I assumed it'd be fine to leave her. But you know what? I even made sure the ground rules were clear. That Rachel is going to smoke weed. I made sure to smoke weed right next to Rachel's mom while we were on our dumb tour bus thing, which actually turned out okay. Actually.
Yeah, it was kind of fun.
It's unfair of me to say that was dumb. That was kind of fun. But
we made it fun.
Well, you know what? The bus driver guy was cool. I liked him.
Yeah, the little factoids and stuff. I liked it. Going over that bridge.
Yeah, I liked that guy who was. That's the thing about those tour things is it's all dependent on your guide. Yeah. And we had a good guide. He was funny. He had things of interest to say, and etc. So, regardless, I made sure during one of the stops I smoked weed right next to her as we're standing at the thing. And so the ground rules are very clear. So then when Rachel went and smoked weed outside, but Rachel brought the pipe inside and put it in the bathroom or something underneath the cabinet. Now, there's no way you're going to make a room reek more like weed And then with a pipe full of half-smoked weed, it's not in any kind of bag or anything.
Yeah.
She should have definitely left that outside. But that's not the point, right? She's TE polar. She's not going to think those things. So the point is, she had followed the rules. She had smoked weed outside like her mom said. And now her mom wanted to, I don't know what. What was she trying to say? Oh, that you couldn't smoke weed anymore.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. For the duration of the stay with her, she couldn't smoke weed anymore, outside or inside. If she wanted to stay here, she was not going to be able to smoke any weed. And so Rachel called her bluff and said, well, I don't want to stay here, and called me. I went down there and her mom freaked the fuck out. Like, how dare you call Eric rather than talk to me about it? How dare you deny me control over you? Well, because Rachel's empowered now. She doesn't need to be abused by you, and she doesn't want to be abused by you. And I thought we were pretty clear before I left that this wasn't going to happen. Now here I am holding you accountable. What she do? She runs away and hides and locks herself in her room, starts calling people. And disowns Rachel before we leave,
Yeah. So, like, literally says, if you go and leave with him, I will disown you.
I disown you if you leave with him. And of course, she left with me, of course, because her mother was saying, you must choose between me and him. Meanwhile, as I was leaving it, saying, it would be nice to leave some, I want to make sure some lanes of communication are still open here. I'm not trying to, this doesn't have to be the end of the relationship, but her mom was having none of that. So that's the kind of narcissistic bullshit that Rachel's had to put up with. But that one backfired on her so badly. Oh my God. Because she had found, I'm sure, 0 sympathizers in the family. And she spent, after finding 0 sympathizers, she scrambled around trying to take it back without actually taking it back, without actually being held accountable. I made it clear to her, if she wants to actually take it back and restore relations, she needs to be held accountable by having a conversation with me. Rather than restore relationships with her daughter, she refuses to have any conversation with me because she refuses to be held accountable. So that's the kind of shitty person a dark triad person is.
Yeah, she's dark triad. They
prioritize their own pride over their relationship with their own daughter.
Mm-hmm.
So unwilling is she to be shamed by me that she is willing to sacrifice ever speaking to her daughter again. Even though she richly deserves and needs desperately to be shamed by me. It's the only medicine for that kind of bullshit, right? Is rigorous, unceasing shaming. Ideally, is the best remedy. It's the only way those people will ever get the message is if everybody turns on them for their behavior. And the only way everybody's going to turn on them for their behavior is if they are publicly and rigorously shamed for it.
Yeah, it's true. So they've never had anyone do that to them before. Call them out on their shit.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the people who attempt it, they stay a billion miles away from.
Mm-hmm.
People who attempt it and are capable, like me. Like, neither her brother nor her mother will ever speak a word to me because they're terrified that I'm going to hold them accountable. I mean, the thing is, I spent my whole life being held accountable and holding myself accountable. So it's crazy to me that you'd be that much terrified of being held accountable. When you fuck up, your best strategy is to hold yourself accountable before anybody else does. In full. You come out full disclosure. I fucked up. This is exactly how. I know why it's wrong, blah, 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 blah. And that disarms everybody else from using it against you. If you can't be objective about when you fuck up and when you don't, and you have no concept of like what deserves accountability and what doesn't, then, I mean, I don't know, but the point is, she must have some clarity about it because she knows she doesn't want to be held accountable by me, and I'm the person who would most accurately and correctly hold her accountable. So she must have clarity about what it means to be held accountable and is choosing not to be. And therefore, in my mind, subhuman.
She is. She's subhuman and she's a narcissist, and it's important for people to know like what it is, like what to look for when dealing with a narcissist.
Oh, good. Another package.
Oh, I meant to say to
I'm
you.
joking. I'm joking.
I did mean to say to you that they split my package. Who? My mom is an ESTJ, but honestly, her type doesn't matter because she's a narcissist. Narcissists have Thanks, thanks, Aga. I seriously appreciate that. Yeah, she's an ESTJ, but like, she's a narcissist. Like, she's a narcissist. Like, ESTJs don't. You can't like anyone. Any type can be a narcissist. Any type. But we are conflict relations in socionics, and I do believe in some of what the relations stuff says in socionics. So there was a lot of conflict between INFJ and ESTJ, and I never understood why. It's a dark triad. I don't know if it's considered a personality disorder. I don't know what that's called. Eric knows better. But yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So stuff like gaslighting she would do. She love bombed. Like yeah, it's a thing. She would control. She's very, very controlling. She would lie, straight out lie. She was very charming. She got to a lot of people like thought she was wise and listened to her, and still do. But thanks, Grandcore. It's okay. I am like free from her, so I'm healing really well, and that's a good thing. And Eric's been a huge part of that. It's usually the Strauss family has been a huge part of that. So yeah. Ludaface says, oh yeah, my mom is an ISFJ and a narcissist. Ex-boss is an ISTJ and is 1-2. Type doesn't matter, though the way it manifests probably does differ due to type. Yeah, probably. I don't know. That's interesting. I don't know how it would manifest. So for ESTJ, it's a lot about control. So it's like she was never saying it, but she was always alluding to the fact that she's done all these things, these great things, and she's always done it because of hard work. Like you could just like I was like you, but I changed, and you can too.
You mean ESTJ bullshit?
Yeah.
Right, like Chawa. Is that what you're talking about?
No, my mom.
Oh.
But
Chawa called me the other day. She's still persisting in her desire to have me help Chloe to not be any polar. despite my myriad explanations of why this is impossible, she says she doesn't believe it. She says, listen, there are a lot of people less talented than me who aren't playing in the LA Philharmonic because I worked so hard and I directed myself. I learned how to do everything, just blah, 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 blah. And I said, well, yeah, that's why there are tons of unqualified doctors, lawyers, etc. People who are good at becoming what they want to be, but aren't good at being that. Because unfortunately, we have all these regulations, right? Like I'm the ideal like federal judge. But there's no way I'm ever going to become a federal judge because there are too many hoops to jump through. I don't want to jump through those hoops. I don't like jumping through hoops. I especially don't like jumping through hoops that don't make any sense. I find it just abhorrent. Um, so yeah, you get a lot of ESTJs, lawyers, ESTJ judges. They have no business being anywhere in the legal profession. They do not have legal minds. But because a good legal mind requires good intuition, and they just don't have it. They should not be doctors because what are they like? Rachel and I went in there to that ESTJ general practitioner and told her exactly what the problem was, and she wanted to do tests.
Yeah.
It's like, no. We already have another doctor telling you what exactly the problem is here. She has serotonin syndrome. Instead of prescribing her a drug that actually would have helped that, there is such a drug, but she never even got it from anybody. She wanted to run a bunch of tests on her. It's like, you idiot. Why are you so dumb? When about something that matters so much, like a person's health and well-being. Like the doctor with my dad, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, how can you be so dumb about something so important that you're lying about the urgency of taking him to the emergency room based on his EKG, but when I actually question you about it, it doesn't justify your conclusions at all. And then when I tell you to answer my question, you said, I did answer it. When you definitely did not, you know? You answered some other question that you wanted to answer. It's like, this is the problem when we create regulations to make sure that only qualified people get into positions. It turns out no qualified people get into positions.
No.
Now it's fine for like a pilot because that's the sort of thing that we need to have those kind of regulations for. You need to be a very solid ESTJ kind of person to be an airline pilot. That's perfect for them, you know? It doesn't require any intuition at all. It requires just following by the book all the time. And it's exactly what they need to do. That's a very high profile, successful career that's perfect for ESTJs. Airline pilot. But, you know, not doctor, not lawyer, for sure, though there's lots of them. Of course, the thing is, that's why lawyers are always so terrified of me, because most of them are ESTJs. And they can tell that they have enough intuition to know that they can't hang with me. What are you guys' thoughts on the Grant function test? I have no idea about it. I've never heard of it before. I mean, look, whatever alternate things are, the correct interpretation of cognitive functions is the one expressed here. And if it exactly agrees with mine, then fine, but they shouldn't call it theirs. They should call it mine or ours, because it's not just mine. Talking with famous people as a community has refined cognitive functions to the correct understanding of them. I've had plenty of INTPs around here correcting me when I'm wrong, and it's been very helpful. And without them, it wouldn't have gotten accomplished, right? So I've had INTJs present good ideas that I end up incorporating that, you know, without them, I wouldn't, you know, there's lots of different places I take information from. the fact that I was able to refine out all the bullshit is my unique skill set that comes from both being an EHP and a debate coach. I know case making. I understand modeling and stuff like that. Other people, they call their things a model. It's not even a model. If it were a model, it would have at some level be simulatable. But theirs, I'm sure, is not. So when they don't use language correctly, there's zero possibility of them getting anything right. Kojitsu, will you stop? Sakanorba always types me as ENTP. Well, he's right then. If you're the one I think you are an ENTP. You are an ENTP for sure. If you're the guy I think I'm thinking of, that guy from Africa who lives in England. I don't know if I should call you English or whatever, but I don't care about that kind of stupid identity label shit. But if you're that guy, then you're definitely an ENTP. He's right about that. And you're just playing games. There aren't very many of us, but you are one of them.
Sorry, I just wanted to touch you because I think you're my sweet baboo.
Thanks, darling. You're my sweet baboo as well.
Thank you.
We have sweet baboo reciprocity.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, if that Kojitsu guy is who I think it is, he's just playing games right now. He's definitely an ENTP. I've typed him myself. I know the guy well enough to assure you that he is. I've not just typed him, I've had multiple conversations with him. And he also has this horrible channel where people argue stupid ass shit about Africa. And I went in there one time and said, why are you allowing this shit to go down? He's like, that's not good for humanity, man. You gotta shit on bad discourse.
No, wrong guy.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Sorry, Kojitsu. I thought there's somebody else who's got a similar name to you that I thought I was thinking of you as. Anyway. My bad. Man, it's not you then.
And we don't know if you're.
No, I don't know what type you are at all. I don't know.
It's impossible, nearly impossible, to type over.
It is impossible to type via the chat accurately because no matter how intuitively resonant someone's chats are, they've had time to decide what they want to put, and you need to see people pressured by an immediate question how they respond to it to understand things. Like you can't tell anything about the process that occurred before somebody typed something into the chat. For me to accurately type somebody, I need to be dealing with them face to face, watching them respond to certain questions. Sometimes that response is silence for a while. Sometimes that response is an immediate response. Sometimes that response is a slight deliberation and then a considered response. How people respond to things is critical to typing them. And you can't tell that from chat. You have to, there's a time factor that can't be interpreted in chat. Aga is an ENTP. She's also Polish. Like a kielbasa. That's why I like to say Aga is the kielbasa of ENTPs. You've probably heard me say that many times before.
I'm your kielbasa.
Thanks, darling. I'm not Polish, though.
No, I am.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm your kielbasa.
You're Polish?
I'm Polish, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
What else are you?
Czechoslovakian.
No, now you're Czech Republic.
Yeah, I'm Czech and Slovak.
And you're Czech and you're Slovak.
Yeah, I don't know actually. I think Slovak. I'm not sure.
Being an AP is definitely not easy or fun usually. After all, we're operating on a fundamentally false assumption that language creates reality rather than the other way around, rather than language describes reality. We are grounded by SI and our fluency in both epistemologies. So that's not totally crippling in terms of our discourse. Our discourse tends to be correct despite that. But our lives are not correct because of that. Eric, how are you just finding this out? You guys not talk about this stuff? Well, what do I care what she is?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't care.
I didn't know I was even Polish for a long time. Like, it's not something that I think about that much.
She's probably told me before. It's just not data I retain.
No,
I don't think
I have. I don't think I have because I don't think about talking about that stuff.
Right. Neither of us think that data is relevant to anything. Yeah. So why would I retain it?
No. Yeah. And why would I talk about it? Well, I don't know.
You're more likely to think it's relevant than I, because you're always trying to find externalities to explain to you who you are.
Yes, I do. Like, I'm also, yeah.
That's why INFJ is the most universalist type. Both their subjective epistemologies, FI and SI, are one of them's countervalued and one of them's instrumental. Yeah. So she's constantly looking to outside sources to explain to her who she is.
Yeah, so like heritage does belong in that category. I'm very attached to like finding out like my heritage.
In its most ridiculous incarnation, she seeks outside sources to explain to her whether she's in a good relationship or not.
It's so stupid. I know. It's so fucking dumb.
It's not dumb, Rachel. It's a hilarious outcome of your 8th slot SI and 6th slot FI. You know, that you don't. It doesn't occur to you to check your own experience to see if you're in a happy relationship, or to check your feelings to determine if you're in a happy relationship.
No.
You want it to be NI-SO or TI-SO.
Oh yeah, I want it to be TI-SO for sure. And just like reduced to this like one thing. Like you're as in like tarot. So if it like I'll reduce it so much that this one tarot card will determine whether we're in a good relationship or not.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Well, the thing is,
it's fun though.
The only reason you do that is because you and I both worry, because we're so bad at subjectivities, about whether the other person's going to leave us.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it should be obvious to both of us that we're not going anywhere.
It is obvious. I know, it should be obvious.
I know. Well, we worry anyway. You know, I worry too sometimes. I have better reasons to worry than you, logically, but still, the thing is, we're talking about subjectivities that aren't subject to that kind of logic. Neither of us is controlled by TE logic. Mm-mm. So the fact that I'm older than you and you're younger than me, and at a certain point, you know, you might be like, well, he's too old now. This is not going to happen, right?
That's when I'm 64. Like, that's how I feel about aging.
Right. So the thing is, we're definitely stuck together, 100%. But both of us will worry that we're not good enough or something.
Oh my gosh, it's I guess because I care so much. Like I would be devastated. I feel the
We
devastation.
both would. We both would be. Our lives would be ruined
Oh my
without the other
God.
person, you know. And so, obviously, because we have trouble dealing with that feeling, that reality, it gets translated into the other person's gonna leave us.
Yeah.
But it's not. You're not gonna leave me. I'm not
No.
gonna leave you. we're both absolutely
We're so
delighted
good
in each
together,
other. How could we
yeah.
possibly break up?
I'm so happy. It's like,
Me too.
and I'm happy in the small moments and the big moments. Like,
And the thing to remember is we were good in the most impossible of circumstances, and now we got the best imaginable circumstances.
yeah.
So if we were good during that shit, we're perfectly fine now, obviously. That's the real test of whether you're meant to be together. Get two people to live in one room for months
Mm-hmm.
right off the bat after just meeting each other.
So,
That's like a reality show. You two reside in this one room for several months. You just met each other.
Oh my gosh. We would win. We won.
We won, yeah. It's like we were so compatible that the only time that we didn't have any problems until you stopped taking your meds and went crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And is that who can blame you for stop taking those meds? They were the wrong meds. They were the horrible meds that horrible place gave you to damp down your crazy without curing it so they continue to treat you like a cash cow.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This is why I wanted to answer your question about wedding dresses. I have Eric's mom's dress, and that's what I'm gonna wear.
Do you guys want to look at that dress?
Yeah.
Do you know where it is?
I have it in my closet.
Oh, could you bring it down here so we can show everybody?
Sure.
We'll show you all my mom's wedding dress.
It's beautiful.
She was married in it in 1960 whatever, 62 or 63, I think. My parents were married for over 50 years. I'm not exactly sure how long. My dad told me when he went and celebrated their last wedding anniversary together, what number it was, I don't remember. And then a couple weeks later, he shot himself. Mindy might leave me? No, Mindy's not going to leave me. Neither is Tiffany. They're remarkably tolerant of staying in there. My purse, my doll purse, my manly doll purse. This is my manly doll purse for those of you who haven't seen it. It's a purse, but it's manly because it says Black & Decker on it. But it's full of dolls.
That's the best thing ever.
You know, because if it didn't say Black & Decker on it, it would be a little, you know. But now it's totally manly. Okay, here's the dress. Let's look at the dress. You turn it the other way around. You see, it's got those buttons on it.
And you wear like
This comes with it too.
Yes, that's the veil. And
It's kind of wrinkly right now.
yeah, we could definitely iron it, but I think
It's not very long, huh?
no.
It just goes down to a little below your knees.
Yeah.
Unlike those ladies who have that dress where people have to walk behind them and hold it up.
Oh yeah, I don't. Yeah.
That's so silly.
It is so silly. I might have to get like I believe it's supposed to be voluminous at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Okay. So you might have to get what?
There's like a slip, and it has like tulle, and it makes it fullness on its own.
Okay, well, I don't know anything about that stuff. So, you know, if you got to get it altered or do whatever you got to get to done to it, that's fine. And Rachel was smart enough to ask Delilah if she was cool with it. It would never would have occurred to me to even ask Delilah if she was cool with it, but Delilah was cool with it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't have any problem. I don't really remember that
She
conversation.
said
very
even
well.
if she were to have it, she'd have to get alterations to it, and it's not her style. So she said that I could definitely wear it.
Cool.
Yeah, that's great.
So, oh yeah, that thing. I see how it works.
Yeah.
It's got those cool like flower things on it or whatever.
Yeah.
Can you see her? Let's see. Put your head up there. There you go. And then that dress, put it in front of you like that. Yeah. It's pretty good. I like it. I think my mom had good taste in wedding dress, actually.
She did, yeah.
Like a lot of people want too many frilly shits on their wedding dresses.
Yes, and I'm not like that at all.
I think a dress like that is way more classy looking than a dress with a bunch of bedazzling bullshit, you know? Let's bedazzle this some more. It's generally a bad idea. Okay, I'm going to take you outside. Let's go outside. It's actually feeling a little stuffy in here. I don't know why I have this fan on, but I turned it off last night for some reason. I guess it just felt like it. I didn't need a good reason to turn it off, so I just did. It kind of creates like a bit of a stroby look with when the light's on and the fan's on, so I decided I didn't really want that. But I still wanted the light on. That's one thing we need to do with this room here. It needs a lamp in the corner. Because the overhead lights are super bright, like, you know. You want some light in the TV room, but you don't want that much light. And you don't want that kind of light. So it does have the mild light, which is the one that's on above the ceiling fan, which has one light bulb on it, which you need to change. That mild light's fine too, but I still think I need a lamp in the corner, a stand-up lamp. But I'll have to experiment and try, move things around and see what I like actually. One of the best things about this place is it has no places for displaying anything. There's zero capacity for knick-knackery in this house. As somebody who himself will clutter any surface available with knick-knackery, although usually my knick-knackery is like my stuff, like my knife, my cigarettes, my whatever. I appreciate being precluded from doing so by the house. There's no place to display anything.
No.
There's one mantle over there, which is where I just put all my stuff. That's basically it, you know? There's this weird, like, shelf. The upstairs window up here is not, it's a window that is at the same spot as the stairs, but the foyer just goes from the bottom to the top, right? So it's like this super high up window. But beneath that, there's a shelf you can put things on if you wanted to. I've considered putting a variety of things there. Like I want to put my second place spar trophy maybe there from high school.
You could put some of our rocks there.
We could put some rocks there. This is one thing I added to the house that I think is actually really makes it pop. is this little red sign here. That sign says Strauss. I'll show you a close-up of it. I found it digging through my dad's old stuff, you know. Let's not sit on these. That's a bad idea.
Now we know, because I would definitely.
So you can see it here. Strauss. Apparently my name means ostrich in German.
Sure does.
One thing Rachel and I watched the beginning of Pulp Fiction the other day, and that is a really well written movie. One of the lines I liked at the beginning of it was, he's in a cab, and this cab driver Esmeralda asks him, "What does your name, Booch? What does your name mean?" He says, "I'm an American. Our names don't mean shit."
It is true.
I like that. That was a good line.
Dude, that's a great line. I'm American. Our names don't mean shit.
That's good writing. But you know, we were trying to watch it on TV for some reason. So when the first
This is
commercial, well, because we were playing around with YouTube TV
Yeah.
and it was on.
Yeah.
And when the first commercial came on, I realized I might want to watch this movie, but I don't want to watch it with
the
commercials.
Yeah.
And it's on Netflix, and we have Netflix.
Oh, it
so,
is?
Yeah, if we
Oh.
want to watch it, we can watch it on Netflix.
Sweet.
And it's been such a long time since I've seen it, I do kind of want to see it again.
Let's do it.
Because the beginning part was really quite good. It's like
Yeah.
the whole idea is really, it's a great concept, right? This boxer has been bought to fix the fight. But instead of fixing the fight, he's trying to double cross the mob. And in not fixing the fight and actually fighting his hardest, he ends up killing the guy he's fighting against.
Mm-hmm.
And that's more great writing in the cat. It's like, I didn't know he was dead until you just told me. If you're asking me now how I feel about it, I don't feel bad at all. You know, his reasoning being, he should never have laced up those gloves and gotten in the ring with me. Which is pretty hard to contradict, you know?
Oh, great line as well.
Yeah.
Definitely Quentin Tarantino's best work for sure.
Well, you know, he spent a long ass time writing that.
Mm.
He wrote it and polished 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 it. So it came out accordingly pretty spectacular. It's a great concept to begin with. Is important. The exact opposite of a great concept is the Fast and the Furious.
Oh my god.
Which we tried to watch. Because the thing is, there was a Super Bowl commercial for a new Fast and Furious movie. I said, are they still making those things? What is this? And in fact, partial of the way through the commercial, I thought, oh, no, it's something different. Because it said Ride or Die. I thought that was the title of the movie. Rachel said, no, it's the same cast. It's got to be Fast and Furious. And of course, neither Rachel nor I nor Cameron had ever seen any Fast and Furious movie. So I said, okay, well, look, before we totally shit on this thing, let's at least watch the beginning part of the first Fast and Furious to see what it was that ignited this whole phenomenon. It was terrible.
Oh my god. I put I turtled. I put my head in my shirt and I was like, oh my god, I hate this.
We watched the first major arc of the movie until the end of the first race. It was terrible. Every moment of it was terrible. It had no redeeming qualities whatsoever. There's nothing good about that movie. It has no concept, except it's about street racing. Well, that's not a concept for a movie. A concept for a movie is like a boxer has agreed to fix a fight, but instead of fixing it, he decides to double cross the mob by betting on himself, and he accidentally kills the other fighter in the process. That's a concept. You can start with it. You can build a whole great movie off that concept. Street racing is not a concept. Okay, it's a phenomenon that occurred.
Yeah.
There may be a culture surrounding it, and it's about that culture, I guess. But that's not a concept to build a movie on. You have to have an idea for something, you know? Just people driving fast in cars and talking about cars produces this nightmare of awfulness called Fast and the Furious. And then the great irony is apparently the main character in the first one, he actually died by trying to pretend to be Fast and Furious in his car.
With his stunt double.
It's like they must have really been into that shit, I guess.
Yeah.
I hate driving.
No.
I don't hate driving, but it's
You
always
don't have to do it then.
it's always like a necessary component of between places. It's never something I enjoy doing, really. In its best incarnation, it requires none of my attention. It is why we're going to Merced to buy weed instead of the Indian weed store. The Indian weed store is cheaper. They have good weed there, but it's the same distance as Merced, but it's more windy roads. So we just go to Merced to get weed.
These are work smarter, not harder.
Yeah. All right. The drive to Merced is lovely.
Yeah.
It's gently curving roads and then flattens out through these beautiful hills and it's gorgeous. Especially like this time of year when there's plenty of water. Everything's green. All the cows are out eating things. You know, there's this one like ranch where they've got these super cool rocks. They're all these different colors. I gotta stop and take a picture of it next time we pass it. But it's so postcardy, you know, it's amazing. We don't spend a lot of time looking at the scenery because we're intuitives. I'm probably yammering about something. Not necessarily. Rachel and I actually drive in the car. We're silent quite a bit in the car when we're driving. Or we're listening to music. Like yesterday, we put on Chappie Tracks, went down to Oakhurst, came back here. The bank is learning that we moved here, I guess, because they flagged like 5 things I did as potential fraud. So I had to verify, yes, that's me, because they're accustomed to me being in LA, you know? And we haven't told them we've moved here because I want to go to the DMV first. We have what we need to go to the DMV now and get our driver's licenses with a new address. Then we'll go to the bank and say, make this our billing address. But, you know, things like that, we're not on top of exactly. We're not super not on top of it. We've been pretty on top of shit since we've been here. But it's not a top priority.
One of the priorities is letting the life insurance know that your parents have passed. We gotta get that because then we owe them money.
And we don't have to. We just don't pay these. We just don't pay.
Oh,
them. We just don't pay things that were billed to my parents. It's fine because they're dead. And
well, no, but I mean, what was the
oh, that thing.
Yeah.
We do. Well, yeah, we definitely need to make sure that CalPERS knows that my parents are dead because they're still trying to pay them their pension.
Yes, that's what I meant.
That one we have to do because we're gonna have. But Delilah knows this. She's not spending any of that money. She's ready to return it to the state, and we shouldn't actually have to inform them because the DMV knows they're dead. They should have some system that what's that word? When things go out like this, it takes a while for this change to migrate or whatever they call it. But they should be able to determine that independently, really.
I think they are because we've gotten letters saying we've been notified that so and so is dead. Is this true? We need your.
And then we never answered those
emails. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to go through a lot of mail. We have a lot of mail we need to go through. The other thing is I forget where I was going with that. There's some other thing I thought of, but now it's out of my mind. I don't know.
That's just life.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, fortunately, we've got Delilah, who's much more capable about these kind of things, and or much more habitually doing of things. We're both capable of doing things, but we're not capable of sustained doing of things like that. We don't. It's not our mo. We have to step out of our comfort zone to do that shit, and we can and we do. But it's important to have somebody for that's in their comfort zone. Like Delilah kind of hilariously tried to explain to us how easy it is to SE once you have the right attitude, right? Leave it to an ESTP to
I wanted to look at you so bad,
hilariously explain that to me.
but
Of course, anybody else, I would have been like, no, 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 no. But because it's Delilah, I'm like, okay, well, yeah, it's fine. Delilah, it gets a pass. And she is like, she, she's an ESTP, but she's still my daughter, and she was raised by me. So she's an especially empowered linguistically ESTP. And, you know, don't fuck with Delilah.
no.
She's she's not to be trifled with. Unlike me though, she seems very sweet. But she has no problem establishing boundaries. And if you are not respecting those, she has no problem cutting you down where you stand. So, yeah, I'm very proud of her. That's somebody I get to be proud of because she's my daughter. It's inappropriate to be proud of other people in general. Unless you're their parent. Otherwise, it's paternalistic.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm very proud of her.
That's good.
She's the greatest thing I ever made.
Mm. The world is better for it.
She and I have a really special relationship. Considering we rarely, if ever, talk to each other. But, that's what makes it so special is that we love each other so much and we're also both FI polar. So we don't think of each other very often. And when we do, we start crying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then FI joined the party and everyone got quiet. Everyone, shh, I'm feeling things right now. It's nice out here.
Yeah, it is.
It's comfortable. It's a nice temperature. We can hear the sound of the running water over there. We got a little creek going down beside our house. It's not there most of the year, I don't think. But maybe this year it will be.
I think in the spring we probably will.
Well, if we get as much snow as I expect we're going to get next week,
Oh my god.
we're going to have the stream late into the summer probably. That's what California's been missing is the snowpack it used to get. But
Yeah, our neighbors said that creek hasn't been running like that in years.
yeah, so it's like everything's so slabby. This big life change for us corresponds with the weather changing, and it's like my dad was so worried about California's water situation all the time, and it reminds me of this book I one time read about these farmers in Australia, I think it was, who were trying to grow plants but it wouldn't rain, it wouldn't rain, it would be clouds, and it wouldn't rain, And then finally they give up, and as they're driving away, it's like whoosh.
Very, very, very sloppy.
Yeah. It feels like the state was waiting for us to get here.
Yeah.
Waiting for my dad to die, really. As soon as my dad died, it started raining. Feels like. I mean, it wasn't immediate, but
It was pretty fast.
we've had a very wet
winter.
wet fall and wet winter.
Yeah, fall too. You're right.
Yeah. And like so wet that I was concerned when we were living in that hotel because the storms up here were so crazy that some damage was going to happen to this house before we actually got into it. Turns out it was fine. I mean, it's really well designed, so it's like designed to deal with all of this stuff. But yeah, so if we get like Les said, like 20 years ago, we got 7 feet of snow and the power was out 11 days. That sounds like next week, according to the weather report. So he says, he said, well, climate change, whatever. Well, yeah, climate change, but the thing is, climate change doesn't produce stable new weather patterns because that's the nature of climate change, right? So it's questionable whether or not to link California's drought to climate change, especially since until the recent drought, we were in an unprecedented 300-year wet period that geologically had not been the case prior to that. So, you got to think about things like climate a little bit more intelligently till you have any real conclusions about it. Yes, climate change is real. Yes, the planet's warming, and that's going to produce some unpredictable kinds of weather phenomena. It doesn't mean that there's a link between California's drought and climate change necessarily. But almost nobody's able to think about things at that level. They're too attached to one or the other side of the political questions associated with it to allow themselves to do correct analysis about it.
I think it's a very good idea that we're going to be parking the car in the garage.
Yeah, we decided to park in the garage before the snows come.
Yeah.
Yes, the little wilderness car is in the garage right now. But we can easily scoot it to the side and fit both the little wilderness car and this car in the garage. Mm-hmm. No problem. It is, after all, a 2-car garage. And unlike almost every 2-car garage in the universe, this garage, there's no reason to put anything in the middle of it, right? Like on the floor, because it's been built with this insane amount of storage everywhere you look. Like every wall is nothing but open up cabinets full of stuff or workspace. It's just brilliantly designed. Way more so than I could ever imagine doing, right? And these are things that we didn't consider when we were buying the house at all. We didn't buy this house because of how great it was. Okay. We bought this house because we liked it and it was surprisingly underpriced. And we just discover after the fact that, wow, we really bought the right house, And no thanks to our insight, but we just lucked out, So it's also really well insulated. Rachel looked up something on the internet about how to tell whether your house is insulated or something. Mm-hmm. And she said, it says if you touch the walls and they're cold, then your house is not well insulated. Our walls are not cold at all.
Great sign, because it's been cold.
I mean, even the parts of the house that aren't well insulated are well isolated from the rest of the house. Like the laundry room has its own door. If you keep that door closed,
Doesn't
it's
matter.
fine.
Yeah.
The garage has a particularly robust door that always closes itself, whereas the front door always opens itself, which is brilliant because you need to carry shit in through the front door and you need to make sure you don't forget to close the garage door.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, it's like everything like that is just brilliant. The guy who made this place and put those water towers in is my personal hero. He is a genius beyond anything I can comprehend. Like, this neighborhood was on well water for decades until this guy moved here and put those water towers up there and put this whole neighborhood on water tower water. And we're the only neighborhood in all of the Dara Road back then that gets that. It's crazy. And then they only lived here for like 5 or 6 years or something because his wife got sick and they moved away. They sold to this other people who apparently had a wonderful time here for the duration of the time here. They treated it as a family getaway vacation home, and they had this place full of people when they came here. So full that they had 2 fold-out day beds in the day room because that allowed them to have extra people stay here, We're never gonna have that many people here. But so this thing is great for that if you want it to be that. But it's great for 2 people too. We don't. There's a couple of rooms upstairs that we're not going to use probably at all. And those are great for guest rooms.
Mhm.
Rachel has the day room is her room, which is the same size as the living room.
Mhm.
And the only problem with it is we don't currently have any curtains for it, but what we want to do is get the same kind of plantation shutters in that room. These plantation shutters are
They're
fantastic.
fantastic. They
They're-
keep the
They're the ideal thing for your window cover things.
Mhm. It lets the right amount of light in, and it keeps the right amount of light out.
Right. You close them, it's dark. You can open them, get light in. You can open them all the
All
way.
the way.
So
Yeah.
that there's nothing in front of the window. And there's no pulling of strings and shit like
Gosh,
that.
that's so frustrating.
Yeah, I hate those kind of blinds. Those blinds are terrible. The blinds in the bedroom were clearly put in by the middle people because they're terrible. They're terrible Venetian blinds that you have those strings and you turn the thing and ugh. But whatever. We'll replace those at some point. They don't bug me very much because I don't have the blinds open at all in the bedroom. I just sleep in there. I don't
That's
ever
good.
hang out in there.
Feng Shui says that you should keep your blinds closed because it's a yin female energy, and darkness leads to sleep. So you want to have your room without much light in it.
Yeah, it's not like I spend time hanging out in the bedroom, so why would I ever need to open the blinds?
Yeah, I do. I like. So.
Well, the day room's a much more hangoutable kind of bedroom to hang
Mhm.
out in, right? The master bedroom is only the master bedroom because it's the only bedroom that's connected directly to a bath.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it the master bedroom. It's a master suite, right? But it's not a very big bedroom, and it's not the most desirable room to be in, really. The most desirable room is the day room, especially if there's nobody else here and you don't have to share a bathroom, then of course that's the most desirable room to be in because it's the same size as the living room. But I prefer sleeping in the master bedroom because I don't really want to climb up the stairs, I guess. And also because it's close to the bathroom, so I have to get up and pee a lot. So
Perfect.
yeah, I don't know. That's where bread is, and it's just
Bread fits well there.
yeah, it's just where I immediately settled right there, and that's where I am. And Rachel took a little while for us to realize that Rachel should have her own room. Why are we stuck here together in this one room? We have all these rooms. Well, We figured that out eventually.
Eventually.
And now we have the perfect solution. We go to bed together and get all cozy with the cats and everything. But you can't sleep like that because the bed is too crowded with trouble in there. It's impossible.
It is impossible. It really is. We've tried.
So then Rachel goes upstairs. The cats stay with me. I'm less considerate of the cats than Rachel, so they have to move around when I move. Instead of like Rachel will stay in a fetal position and not move the cat like all night long, you know. So works out great. Okay, let's go inside and read a little bit of the chat,
Yeah.
and then let's wrap this up.
Okay.
Okay. So, let's see what's been going on in the old chatteroo. I'm going to scroll up a bit to see what I've missed. Because when we're outside, we really can't read the chat. Even Rachel, with her good eyes, can't really read the chat because it just stays up for a little bit and then disappears. I can just imagine the pitch meeting. Guys, listen, they're fast and they're furious.
It's basically like that.
I may still have those. I brought some stuff from there that I haven't unpacked yet. It's in boxes in the garage. There's a lot of stuff that I wonder where it is, and it's probably in one of those boxes. Let's see what else we got. Where is the last stand-up lamp? I remember talking about that, but okay. So this is back here is where we were talking about the dress. All the frilly, way too silly, bedazzle, razzle, spazzle. I agree. You don't need a bunch of bedazzles to make yourself look like a bride. Clean and classic is better aesthetic. I'm a big skeptic in it as well, Aga, regarding horoscopes. It took me a long time to see the value and truth in it. Well, there's as much value and truth in astrology as you choose to uncover, right? Because it says everything. You can always find elements of it that work for you and discard the elements that don't work for you. That makes it something you can play with, but not a good way to understand things. It may be, however, a good way to make decisions because a lot of times when you have to make decisions, you've got too many possibilities to possibly calculate them in any meaningful way.
I'm gonna do our synastry chart on AstroSeek and read our combination.
Okay. So the thing is, it's like, you know, if you're trying to make a decision with astrology, that's not necessarily a bad means to go because for complicated decisions like the one Rachel and I had to make, there were too many possibilities. We had to use some kind of magical thinking to decide something, and Rachel's an expert on that. So it's safe for Rachel to use astrology about things because she's really using her intuition, and astrology is just an interchangeable what's that called? Just like a spike of, you know, she needs a spike somewhere to work off of. She could replace that spike with tarot or any other magical nonsense, right? It's actually her powerful intuition that makes it a good way for her to decide things. What about edibles? What else can one purchase at those stores? Yeah, you can get edibles at those stores. Gray market stores like the one in Oakland, you can get edibles that are much stronger than the ones you can get at white market stores.
That's good to know.
Well, remember we got those 2000s,
Mm-hmm.
which claims to be like 200 milligrams of gummy or something,
Yeah.
and they actually were quite strong.
Yeah.
I was very skeptical at first, but they were very strong. Delilah is a tiger. Was she born in the year of the tiger?
Mhm.
Oh, she was. Yeah. So she's born in the year of the tiger as well. She's the tiger for sure.
Yeah, she is.
I wonder what was funny. Lamau, Eric, that was funny. I want to know what it was I said that was funny. I like being funny. Do you do numerological readings for others? Rachel is into numerology.
Yeah.
Show media, I'm not sure about. I don't currently have in the futures at show media. Right on, show. I'm kind of into it, but no expert. Would love to chat sometime if you'd be willing.
So our synergy says loving aspects 5 times, key aspects 5 times, passion aspects 4 times, emotional pain 2 times, easy aspects 16 times, conflict 5 times, combination of easy and conflict 9 times. That's like really good.
Oh, well, there you go. It's really good. We got a really good score on some arbitrary thing. It's good. That makes Rachel happy. When we get a bad score on those arbitrary things, she gets concerned.
Yeah, that's why I talked to you about it.
And
Hi,
I say,
Sophia.
well, Rachel, we could actually access our own experience.
That's what I remember. I'm like, oh yeah.
And remember that in our actual experience, we're very happy with one another.
Mm-hmm.
That's one way to do things. Biden investment in reducing wildfires plans, Mariposa, California. Like, how non-intuitive is that? So there were no fires for 25 years. Then there was a fire last summer and the summer before, which naturally burned off most of the fuel. Now let's invest in preventing wildfires. How dumb. You don't invest in preventing wildfires after the wildfires have already burned away all the fuel. Hi, Servant King. Are you the king of servants or the servant of kings? The lighting is great here. You know, what's weird is it looks great on the TV, but it's not well lit in here at all. We're actually in the dark.
Yeah, but I'm glad that
it does look well lit on TV.
Yeah.
You know what I think that calls for?
A bong rip?
A bong rip.
Yes.
And guess what we now have plenty of?
Weed?
Lighters.
Yay!
We found all of the missing lighters this morning. If this lighter was missing, we found this outside.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you must have actually grabbed it.
Yep.
And then so I saw it and pointed to it, but I didn't actually get it. And then we found all 4 of these missing lighters in the thing right down here.
Seriously, a national treasure.
Actually, 5.
Oh my gosh, it's the slabs giving back.
Oh, I know what that is. That's my knife.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
And
Well, maybe it'd be easier if I go like
yeah,
this.
because then it might go into that pocket. You know, you could get it. Push it down into that.
Aha!
Yay!
My knife.
Merry Christmas!
5 lighters and 1 knife are all in the same
That's
place.
so wonderful.
I was missing this and all of these lighters. And they were all right here. It's true. We could tape a spoon to a lighter and then we wouldn't lose the lighter. But, you know, then I'd have to have a spoon attached to my lighter. Sure, it would be multi-purpose. I could either light cigarettes or eat soup with it, but not everything needs to have something else attached to it. I've got a great new invention. It's a lighter with a spoon attached to it. It allows you to smoke cigarettes and eat soup at the same time. There weren't any butt plugs in Toy Story? I could have sworn there were multiple. I guess my memory is just misremembering. According to Ruben, there were no butt plugs in Toy Story.
How could there not be? That's a toy, right?
Yeah. They come to life in the night, climb out of your butt, and they say, "Oh my God, it's all stinky out there."
Could you roll me a joint?
Yeah. If I can find the papers, which are right here. And if I can find sufficient weed, which hopefully I can. We do have the weed here. Actually, we got, this is pretty full. What about this thing? This also has a fair amount of weed in it. We have a little more weed than I thought, which is good.
That is good.
Plus, I think there's still weed in here from when I ground up some weed before. We'll grind up this weed too. This is the best grinder I've ever had.
I'm so happy to hear that.
This is by a company called Vibes. It was recommended to me in a store in Oregon. And the person who recommended it to me was correct. This is the best grinder I've ever had.
Don't
But
you love that kind of
Yeah.
shopping interaction?
when I do have an object that I need that works beautifully, I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Most objects I have, I don't need, and therefore are just a problem for me. I need this object because while I am going to be quitting smoking, I am not quitting smoking weed. There's no reason to quit smoking weed. And there's plenty of reason to quit smoking cigarettes. Because cigarettes are like, they're just a coping mechanism for things I no longer have to cope with. Yes, there's an addiction quality to it as well. But that part you could easily deal with like nicotine lozenges or something. I know I don't like those, so while I'll get some and probably use a couple of them, long term I'm not going to get addicted to nicotine lozenges because I don't like them at all. But they will prevent me from getting nic fits. So the world's most dangerous toy. The wonder of atomic engineering was what earned the Gilbert Cloud Chamber. The Gilbert Cloud Chamber is the toy's name? It's not a very good name for a toy. Well, smoking was a form of rebellion against life. You know, now it's just a habit. And it's a very deeply ingrained habit. And the only way I'm really going to quit smoking is by taking advantage of this slavically well-timed event. If I get snowed in for a week or more, because the thing is, we went to the CVS yesterday, and the lady in front of us was talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Was saying she was going to get stuck at work for a week. She wasn't going to be able to get back home because she lived above the snow line. And you know, it's the slabs have delivered this for a purpose. It coincides with me and my intent to quit smoking cigarettes. It's the perfect storm, right? I just won't get. I'll get a pack of cigarettes. I just buy one. I won't prepare for it. You know, I'll buy a pack of cigarettes when I run out of these. I'll buy a pack of cigarettes when I run out of those, and at some point I'm gonna run out of cigarettes and I won't be able to leave here because I'll be snowed in. And the only prep I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy those nicotine lozenges so I don't get super irritable. And when I feel the urge to smoke, I'm gonna smoke weed. I'm gonna make sure we have plenty of weed, so it's not like my lungs won't get smoke. They'll still get plenty of smoke, and I'll get nicotine, so it'll be fine.
Okay, what did he say about you quitting smoking cigarettes?
Let's see what they had to say.
Elephant. A long journey, either physical or mental, will leave you wiser at the end.
Pretty right. It won't be a particularly long journey. It'll just be a painful one for. It'll feel like a long journey.
Yeah,
It'll
that's
feel like a long journey.
well.
That's for sure. But
Rubenar, would you like a tea leaf reading? Were you here for that?
oh, did I type you show media? That's cool. I like show media. And show media sometimes sends me texts. Pretty hard to send me a text now, though. My phone gets almost none of them. This is very stemmy. This weed. I'm trying to pick the bits of stem out when I'm rolling it, so. But it's because I used the end bits in both of these things, which is to say, as I'm pulling bits of bud off, I'll like leave the bits of bud that have more stem on them in the thing. The problem with stemmy weed, if you're rolling joints, is if you miss a stem, it might poke through the side of the joint. And then you have an unwanted aeration.
Rubenar. You get fire, strong emotion, passionate love or hate.
You're passionately loving and hating something right now. What is it? Is it salmon?
Yeah, like which one is it? Is it love or hate? What do you feel passionate towards?
My guess is salmon. People tend to have strong feelings about salmon.
I
Either they
do
like
not
it a lot or they don't like it
I
at all.
don't like it.
I don't like it either.
My mom and my brother are big salmon people.
It makes me really find
Right?
salmon people
Right?
very questionable.
Right?
Makes me
There's
wonder about
something-
salmon
Yeah,
people.
I do too. Also, not beetle fans. So that makes
Okay.
me question like who they are too.
People who aren't Beatles fans just lack intuition.
Rubenar says for sure, I'm in a tantruming mood lately. I tend to
Tend not to focus on what I hate, but I have been impatient lately. Well, maybe that card is trying to tell you you need to clearly define what it is you hate. Maybe it's waiting. If you're feeling impatient, maybe you hate waiting. You could always go with, I just hate a fucked up world. It's a nice holistic thing to hate. The reality is, it's good to be super selfish like me because I hate a fucked up world, but when I'm not having to deal with it, it doesn't bother me that much. I don't usually think about it at all. When I do, it's going to be particularist, like I'm mad at Rachel's family or something. It's not going to be, not going to, I avoid any kind of news reading these days because things, I don't want to know things that are going to make me feel mad. So, I had plenty of coping mechanisms for living in a fucked up world. I no longer live in a fucked up world. It doesn't mean the world's still not fucked up, but it's easy for me to not care. And that's a pretty powerful power to have, I gotta tell you. The capacity to successfully be selfish without regret is wonderful and appropriate. I mean, everybody should have that capacity. You know, it's not like I'm doing anybody any wrong. I'm not selfish like that. I'm not using my selfishness to justify my bad behavior. Or I'm not justifying bad behavior with selfish reasons. And hopefully I don't have any bad behavior to justify, you know. And when I do behave badly, I don't try to justify it. I condemn myself for it. But when you have those things set up, then fuck yeah, you should be selfish with the rest of this stuff and enjoy it best as much as possible. It's like, it's nice to have TIs and instrumental value. It's not fair that we have all this stuff and other people don't have anything. And I don't care. I don't care at all. Because I have FI as an absolute value. I'm genuinely selfish. In the most wonderful imaginable way. It bothers Rachel a little bit. It doesn't bother me at all. When I do think about it, I think of it in terms of it's unfair that so few understanders are adequately coddled that they can live as who they are. You know, for every one me and Rachel, there's a million, you know, dead soldiers, a million understanders who, due to circumstance, are just trampled by life. Understanding is not a good way to live. In any practical sense of the word. People who understand things best are crippled in capacity to be practical, necessarily, definitionally so. To understand things best is exactly the same as to be the most universalist. And to be the most universalist means you've got to have deficits in the particularist. And the particularist is yourself, you know, your own life, your own interests, shit like that. Ensuring a sound financial future for yourself, shit like that, you know. ESTJs are the master of that, but ENFPs and INFJs, not so much. You got to get super lucky. Seems to me that you know the correct actions to take that will impact stuff, but I am to a large degree beholden to honoring consensus. Right, because you're not going to be able to justify yourself to FE satisfactions with with pointing to the results. The results are, at best, ways to quiet FE critiques. They're not answers to them. They don't reverse them. They don't turn FE critiques into FE applause by pointing to good results. Because FE is too concerned with the process. Like, this is why that mailman lady was failed in her goal here. Her goal was to get us to call these people and fix this problem in front of our mailbox. It is a problem in front of our mailbox, and we sort of care about it, but now she's just ensured that we're definitely not going to call and have anything done about it because she went about it the wrong way. And the result of having no mud by in front of the mailbox, which are undeniably objectively good for us, are nevertheless less significant to us than the FE considerations. And we don't like being told what to do, especially when it's not even our land.
I'm gonna pull a card for our mail lady. Cup, you should accept valid criticism.
Boy, the tea leaf cards are proving themselves today, aren't they?
They really are.
So, yeah, she's right to point to the best results would be attained by us doing this. If you're looking at results on purely a practical, concrete level, yeah, it would be preferable if there wasn't mud in front of her mailbox. But unfortunately for her, we are intuitives. And she's an ESTJ. So while it took me a few days to understand exactly how to deal with this whole thing, in the end, she's not going to get what she wants at all. And if it comes up again, I'll tell her exactly what I said earlier, which is, well, it's not our land any more than it is yours. So since you're the one who has a problem with it, why don't you call the phone company? And she's going to have nothing to say in response to that. When she might say, well, they won't listen to me. And I'll say, well, again, it's not our land. So they have no more reason to listen to me than they do to you. That's not really true. They have more reason because I'm presumably a property owner complaining about something, right? Except this is the problem. I don't want to complain about that. And I certainly don't want the mailman to tell me to complain about that. If it becomes a problem for me, I'm going to just fix it myself. I'll ask the Sierra Tail guys who are here a lot, around the neighborhood a lot. I'll ask them, hey, can I put gravel over that or something?
That's a good question to ask the neighbors.
That's how I would deal with things. This is the thing. I want to deal with that how I want to deal with it, not how she wants me to deal with it. And this is a revelation for me because it's an FI thing. There's not any good justification except I don't want to do that. I want to do this. And because this is my house, what I want matters more than what the mailman wants. You know, I don't want to complain about the mud in front of my mailbox to somebody. If it's a problem for us enough, we'll deal with it ourselves. We're not complainers. You know, I don't like that kind of relationship with people. I don't want to engage with a phone company by complaining about something unless I have a genuine complaint, an authentic, naturally occurring complaint. The fact that there's mud in front of my mailbox, it never would have even occurred to me that the phone company had anything to do with it until she told us. And we probably never would have even done anything about it at all. Instead, because she talked to me about it, I went up there and tried to fix the problem myself for a second. And I was like, what am I doing? You know, I I put the wood back that I'd taken up there and I just flattened it out. I scooped it with a snow shovel to make it flatter, you know. And I thought, okay, well maybe now at some point I'll put boards down. Now that I've thought about the whole thing, I realize I don't care about that enough to fix the problem to her satisfaction. Our problem can be fixed with a board or two, so we don't have to step on mud. Her problem of driving through the mud, which God knows why that's such a big problem for her, is a much more challenging problem to fix. Us being able to access the mailbox without stepping in mud is easily enough fixed.
Yeah, I put my duck boots on. I get the mail.
No, she's the mailman. She's the mail person. She delivers the mail.
She could like park on the street and get out of the car.
The thing is, she doesn't even have to do that. She can pull right up to the mailbox and reach into it. Her problem is that she's driving, one of her tires has to go through the mud. So what? Gets her car dirty or something? I mean, okay, I guess, but this is a rural postal route. You know, expect to get a little mud on your car. And the thing is also, multiple occasions, anytime we have anything big, she doesn't even put it in the mailbox. She just drives down here to the kitchen door and gives it to us.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, whatever, man.
One time she left our mail right on the street, like on the package. She didn't even put it in the mailbox.
Well, we don't even know who brought that package.
Oh.
It might not have been her. That might have been those package guys.
Oh, okay.
You know, there's these guys in a car, two guys in a car, who deliver packages out here. They must be subcontractors of Amazon or something like that.
Can I have a sip of your coffee?
Sure. I think I'll roll another joint.
Mmm.
I
I like
enjoyed
what you're
that last one.
thinking.
So anyway, in typical fashion, my first response to something like that is, oh no, I'm effing failing. And I scramble to do something. And then I start thinking about it more, and I'm just like, well, wait a second. That's a great solution, Winston Smallway. I really like that solution. I think I'm going to implement that one for sure. Any plan of action that starts with every day, you just forget about it. There's no every day when it comes to Eric. Consistency is the one thing I cannot stand. I just can't do it. I don't know why not, but it becomes unbearably boring to me. Anything that requires daily maintenance is just anathema to Eric. Like, I like to do things as needed. I shower and brush my teeth before I have sex. Not on regular schedule of some sort.
So that makes me think. There's this recent YouTube video that talked about how certain celebrities, like the celebrity couple, won't like bathe their child until they start smelling.
Well, why should they?
It made sense to me. I'm like, that's how I do it. Like when my hair gets too greasy and like I start to smell, that's when I take a shower.
All right. Like when The other day when I was doing some manual labor and was getting all sweaty, that's a good reason to take a shower before bed. I don't want to feel all sweaty in bed,
Mhm.
you know?
But as a routine, it just like it just doesn't happen.
The reason I phrased it that way is because I don't actually remember if I did take a shower that day or not. I think I did, but I might not have. But regardless, that would be a circumstance where normally I would take a shower after I get sweaty. But I know I if I did, it was a lot after I'd gotten sweaty and dried off already. So it's possible I didn't. I don't know. I can't remember.
That happens.
But I phrased it in such a way that it didn't have to. I wasn't saying I did take a shower. I said, but I implied that, right? In the way I phrased it. That's what I would call knowing how people don't think hard about stuff and taking advantage of it. It's not deceptive, but it's intended to give the wrong impression, or at least to allow people to draw the wrong conclusion. So I don't know what to make of statements like that. When I said specifically, I'd gotten all sweaty doing manual labor, and that's a good reason to take a shower because I don't like being all sweaty when I get into bed. All those things are true.
But if it actually happens.
but I know most people are going to conclude that what I meant there was I took a shower.
Yeah,
but
no.
I don't actually remember if I did.
I don't think you did. I don't know.
And Rachel says she doesn't think I did. So, and I'm the reason I was hesitant is probably because I didn't. Right? I don't remember for sure, but I'd probably remember if I did more clearly. So, yeah, you can see how when you get talking about what qualifies as deception, there's some very tricky areas that are non-deceptive but are knowledgeably allowing people to draw the wrong conclusion. It's touchy enough ground that instead of just letting it sit there, I came clean about the whole thing, right? So obviously I don't think it's consistent with upholding the value of honesty. No, I think it's consistent with upholding the value of honesty. I think it's not directly upholding the value of honesty. Or I guess what I'm saying is, apparently I don't really feel like letting that go without explanation would have made me consistent with upholding the value of honesty. I must feel that way. Intellectually, I'm not sure if I should, but I must feel that way, or else I wouldn't have decided to explain this all, And the thing is, a lot of ENTPs, I suspect, have I think the type in general lends itself towards a certain amorality, or a particular manifestation of ENTP as amoral, because being able to do that and not prioritizing the frame level stuff. If your frame level stuff is relativism, or there is no metaframe or whatever, or you're in a phase of narrative construction which is which takes from various relativist kind of things, then you're the master of the forked tongue. You can imply all kinds of shit, knowing that people are going to interpret it this way and never be lying. That's why you need a moral compass. That's why you have to have some kind of magical thinking, because those kind of positivist morals considerations are beyond the scope of deductive reason to conclusively determine. They necessarily are, because they can't be universalized, because they're always defined by the particulars. Namely, what particular obligation do I have here in this instance when communicating these words is always a question that somewhat depends. Whereas there's clarity always about what is necessarily negatively wrong, what you ought not do. Stealing's always wrong. Murder is always wrong. Rape is always wrong. You know, those kind of things. Lying, in contrast, is not actually morally wrong in and of itself, but it's a discursive. It's the discursive equivalent. So because lying doesn't violate anybody's rights, usually, and this excludes lies that comprise fraud or libel, defamation, stuff like that. Somebody's just lying about, what did you do yesterday? Oh, I went to Tom's house and we just chilled. When really it was, I went to Betty's house and poked her. Those kind of lies are not inherently immoral, because there's no fraud. You're not trying to steal somebody's money or violate their rights. They don't have the right to you being monogamous. They don't have the right to you telling you the truth. They have the reasonable expectation. And that's very different. So, because people have only a reasonable expectation of the truth, lying can't be immoral except in instances where it comprises fraud. But it's the discursive equivalent. And as I said in an earlier video, lying's a bad gamble. Because if you want to be discursively active, if you're doing anything like I'm doing, which is making a bunch of public statements about stuff, then you need to have credibility. And you also need to have meta credibility. So credibility just means you're not a known liar. You haven't been caught lying. Once you're caught lying, you lose all public credibility. You know, especially if you're sustaining a lie for a long time.
Well, if you never get caught.
Well, I mean, nobody never gets caught.
That's true. It usually comes out somehow.
Because, look, liars are not smart people. Smart people don't lie because discursively, there's too much shit going on predicated on you being credible. And understanding how words stick to your identity, right? So, smart people don't lie. Therefore, the lies that are told aren't intelligently told lies. They're not that difficult to catch. And for a lot of people, you can intuit whether somebody's lying or not, even if you can't prove it. And for your own subjective purposes, you use your information that you intuit as you see fit. There's no reason not to. So it's not like they're subject to court in which they need to have a unanimous decision to find them guilty. When you have intuited for yourself this person is lying and believe it to be the case, the verdict is in for you, right?
In court, I learned while watching the Johnny Depp Amber Heard divorce or whatever case that was. Um, she was caught lying, and if you're caught lying even once in court, it diminishes your validity. Anything you say, like from
Right.
there on out.
Okay, so you were lying then. Why should we believe you now?
Right.
Well, because this time I'm not lying. Is not a very convincing argument. This is what made Clubby NTP such a tragic figure, is that he so badly misunderstood the discursive landscape of things that he thought misrepresenting himself in a bunch of different ways was a good way to gain discursive footing, even though it sacrifices the only currency that matters discursively, credibility. So what I mean by meta honesty or whatever is what I just did, like getting ahead of any possible critique that's not even possible, really. Like, it's not even plausible that anybody would critique what I'd done there successfully on such a minor matter, right? But I operate like that all the time. So, of course, I'm catching myself doing it as I'm doing it. And then I call myself out on it and explain it. That's meta credibility. That means not only do you not willfully consciously lie, you police yourself for even things on the boundary of dishonesty. So it's like when I say things, people should have faith that I'm not lying. That's not the same thing as saying that they should believe me or think that I have the truth or whatever. But nobody should ever accuse me of posturing when I say meow, 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 like pretending like I believe that when I really don't. If I say, this is what I actually think, that is what I actually think. Nobody should question that. Nobody should say, well, maybe he's lying. Because I have too long of a track record of both actively being opposed to lying, actively being interested and expressly interested in the truth, and of revealing things about me, good and bad, as they occur, being very open and transparent, and being very authentic. There's no reason anybody should think I'm lying. And in fact, the truth of the matter is I'm a terrible liar, which is why I'm a bad poker player. I cannot do anything but express my actual emotions on my face. I don't even think about that. It never occurs to me to think about my face and my emotions, right? Like, I guess my face does stuff when I feel things. But
my face does stuff when I think about things.
we don't want your adult
Oh my
child.
god, no, not never.
We don't want it.
Stop.
Your adult dating child is not what we want. Why does everybody think everybody wants adult dating chats all the time? It's like, oh, you never hear people come in with things like, get your tires at this tire store. It's
That
always
was smart.
it's always adult dating nonsense.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Like, why aren't the tire stores getting in on this spam opportunity?
They should. I want to know where the tire store is.
Why isn't Pep Boys spamming my chat?
That would be fine, right?
It'd be better than adult dating chat.
Yeah. You'd know when there would be a sale.
Adult dating chat. I mean, what kind of a, like, who would click on that? You know? Who in the world would say, oh, I want to click on this?
Like, yeah.
It would have to be somebody who is like their very first time on the internet or something. It's insane. Like,
It
nobody's
is.
gonna
It's
click
like
on
so
that
ridiculous. Like I know people. Like I know a person, and like when I like found out, I was like, what the fuck? For real? Like people do this for real? Like I always thought it was a joke. Like, but people do it.
thing. Well, some people are really into sensory stuff.
You know what it's like? Back in the day when you would get like a chain mail and it would be like
If you don't send this to 13 people, you'll get super bad luck.
Yes, exactly. At least
Oh
you
my
can-
god, I better send it to 13 people.
Yes.
Well, I regret ever reading this powerful letter.
But at least you can like block these people. You could have blocked those people at the time. Oh my god, those were so fucking annoying, and I honestly felt effing like pressured. I don't ever think I got like the exact number that they were looking for, but I did send it to the friends who like were in the chat.
Well, I mean, I think different personality types have different relationships with lying. Obviously, there's not any personality type that lies as a default, but like ESFJs are fairly loose with the truth. They're giving you their general impression of what happened, but they're saying words that describe something more specifically than that, and you know, they're telling a good story, right? You can't necessarily rely on them for accuracy. So there are cognitive function things that come into play when it comes to lying. I'm sure for some people, like some different kinds of compulsive liars, it may be a result of childhood trauma or something like that. That's possible. But Piaget is part of the problem, right? He's somebody who's operating under the assumption that all human beings are examples of the same thing, human beings, rather than examples of one of 16 distinct things, which are attentional configurations, the possible attentional configurations. So naturally, he's right about certain universal things that there are universals about, certain basic needs like love and food and stuff like that are important. But he didn't, he can't really do any intellectual work on his shit because it's predicated on a false assumption. Or at least to the extent that it's predicated on a true one, it's about so basic things and so little information that needs to be had about it that it's not of any intellectual value, especially. Yes, all babies need love and food and shelter and stuff, of course. And if you don't get one of those things, you'll end up fucked up, of course.
Lou, same here though. I never successfully did what I was supposed to either. I always sent it back to the like people who sent it to me, like that I knew anyway, and like maybe one other person. But maybe that's why it did fall apart.
My daughter hit puberty. My daughter hit puberty. Now she's into puberty. Let me hear your body talk.
Puberty makes your body talk.
Yes, my body talked during puberty with the arrival of nocturnal emissions, hair in the pubis region, and a strangely cracking voice.
You know what's become one of my favorite pictures?
What?
The picture of you with your mom and you looking like.
An 80s bad guy?
Yeah!
Where is that picture?
Where is the picture?
That's a great picture.
It's a great picture indeed.
I totally look like the bad guy from the 80s.
Yeah, you really do.
I'm going to see if I can find it in the garage. It's easy to find on Grab. It should be on top because we were looking at it.
You know what's funny? I've been labeled as the bad girl in the 80s movie.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's appropriate.
It
then.
is.
I'll go see if I can find it. I didn't have stamps when I was 10. The post office was miles away. We bought stamps the other day from the post office. We can use them to mail letters, bills and such.
Bills.
Yeah. We had a couple of bills
Not really
to
a
pay.
code. Oh, yeah?
No, I said we had a couple.
Oh, we did,
to
yes,
pay.
and we paid them.
And so that's when we determined that we didn't have any stamps. We probably do have stamps, but they're in the stuff I haven't unpacked yet. I don't remember exactly what we packed, of course. So there's plenty of useful things from my dad's house that failed to make it up here that I wish had made it up here. And some of those things I'm not sure if maybe they did make it up here, but I haven't opened that box yet. Like coffee mugs, for example. We had God knows how many coffee mugs at that house. And somehow we ended up here with no coffee mugs, reusing these styrofoam cups we got at the gas station over and over again. Until yesterday, we finally bought these things that are dual purpose soup bowl / large coffee mug. They're microwave safe. They're perfect. So that should be great for us going forward. But of course we haven't. Well, Rachel used it to make some soup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can just microwave it right in that thing.
Yeah, and the cover was great. It has a little. You open up the tab, and it boils it, but it doesn't splatter everywhere.
And that's fantastic. I didn't even think about those lids as an additional benefit. But yeah, you can. They have lids that go on them so that you put it in the microwave, it doesn't splatter. Those were a good purchase.
Were.
Good purchase fist bump.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. It's supposed to go like that at the end. I left that part off. I'm sorry.
I think it's different for everybody.
No, I think that's the universal way to do it.
Do you?
I do. I don't think I really ever see anybody. Well, maybe it's a little fist bump, right?
Yeah, some people
But
don't.
if it's an official fist bump like that,
Some people float us, some people don't.
that was a fist bump at the embassy. So it needed to be blown up. It was a very official fist bump. It wasn't a naturally occurring fist bump. Naturally occurring fist bumps are people who are
Oh my goodness.
naturally occurring fist bumps are like those
Yes.
on Naked and Afraid.
Yes.
Ruben just timed him out.
Thanks.
Ruben, don't time him out. You gotta hide him.
Hide them. In fact, I guess they changed their icons. I don't know how to do
Well, people want to spam any stream that's going. It's not like they're picking us on purpose or whatever. It's just we're random. Think about what you've done, Ruben. So anyhow, I don't remember what we were talking about a second ago. I like looking stamps. I like looking stamps. Right between a sound machine. On a cloud aside to the night. Right round, meow, meow, meow. Oh, meow, meow, meow. It's Steppenwolf. Everybody Steppenwolf.
You don't know what we can find.
Come with me, little girl. on a magic carpet ride. You can holler, meow, 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 meow. Let the sound take you away. We were discussing, Rachel and I, the Doors and Steppenwolf in the car. And neither Rachel nor I thinks much of the Doors.
No.
I would say the Doors are bad. Now, their most famous song is admittedly memorable, and I can sing it and everything, but it's nevertheless bad. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Go ahead and I'm on fire. You said you meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Okay, yes, I can sing it. So okay, it's got it has an identity as an NI song that's real and it's iconic in its own way, but it's terrible.
Wait, it's iconic in its own way, is it?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a totally everybody can sing that song.
True.
Everybody can remember it.
It's true.
It exists as its own entity for sure. It's distinct from everything else. You know, it's it.
I get it. I get that.
So it attains that level of iconicness, but it's terrible.
Oh my god, it really fucking is.
And there are other songs you can't even sing them, like "LA Woman Gonna Meow 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 Meow." What is that song? I mean, that's not even a song. What is that? And then
LA Woman?
yeah,
Yeah, that was LA Woman.
right. And then I like that song "Peace Frog."
Yeah, me too. But you don't even hear that very much.
Blood on the streets and then man, you
That's a
go.
good song.
Blood on the streets and then man, but I can't even sing the whole thing of it. So I don't know. I have to listen to it again.
So I'm gonna pull a card for the Doors.
I hope there's a tea leaf card that just says "suck" on it.
Rooster, an arrogant, boastful person you should not cross.
Okay, well, fortunately Jim Morrison's dead.
Oh my gosh! Maybe his ghost is hanging around.
We're talking about a rooster. Boy, talking about somebody who thought he was the shit.
Right, he did. It's
Jim
true, he
Morrison
was arrogant.
It was horrible. Ugh. Like what are his lyrics that are supposed to be good or whatever? Let's see if we can Google this. Jim Morrison lyrics. Close. I don't want that. This is from a fan site that really likes his shit. Into this house we're born, into this world we're thrown, like a dog without a bone, an actor out on loan, writers on the storm. I mean, I guess they're not terrible lyrics. The time to hesitate is through, no time to wallow in the mire. Try now, we can only lose, our love become a funeral pyre. That's not good at all. You know, the day destroys the night, night divides the day. Try to run, tried to hide, break on through to the other side. I mean, I guess they're not terrible lyrics.
No.
These are pretty good lyrics. People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're unwanted. Streets are uneven when you're a clown. When you're down. I forgot about that song. That's a good song. That's a good Doors song. And those are good lyrics. Those are great lyrics. So I guess I'm proving myself wrong. Well, I woke up this morning and I got myself a beer. Well, I woke up this morning and I got myself a beer. The future's uncertain and the end is always near. Those are pretty good lyrics too. Well, I just got into town about an hour ago. Took a look around to see which way the wind blow. Where the little girls in their Hollywood bungalows? Are you a lucky little lady in the city of light, or just another Los Angeles city of night? City of night. Those are okay lyrics. I don't know. The thing is, the music's not good by and large, so it doesn't matter.
No.
You know, you have the best lyrics in the world, and if your music's shitty, it doesn't matter at all. Yeah, but People Are Strange is a great song. And everybody can sing that. When you get out of there, when you're alone, when you're unwanted, I'm in a stranger, when you're strange, people come out in the rain, when you're strange. That's a great song. I gotta give that one to the Doors. That's a good one. Their other songs are terrible by and large, but
What is?
their other songs are pretty terrible. But People Are Strange is a pretty great song. That one is great. I'd forgotten that that was one of their songs. It's like they didn't manifest themselves in a good way at all. So instead of refining themselves into something good by making short songs that had identities, they mushed themselves out into something terrible by prioritizing keyboard solos. You know, that's not a good thing. Long, self-important bullshit is not good. And the Doors had way too much of that and way too little of People Are Strange.
Yeah.
Random chance was not a sufficient explanation of the universe, in fact. Random chance is not sufficient to explain random chance. The pot could not hold itself. Yeah, Heinlein writes some good stuff. I don't necessarily love all of his quotes, but I respect him.
What do you think about if you want to be my lover, you gotta get with my friends?
I never understood that lyric. From the very beginning, I never understood that lyric. What does that mean? Like, you want me to, does she want you to hump her friends? But I think it just means like you gotta get approved by
Yeah,
your friends.
Yeah.
It's just it's probably a British way of using it.
Yeah. So, what do you think about that? You have to be approved by friends.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
Hmm.
Like, you had to be approved of by Delilah,
Yeah.
and she approved the living fuck out of you.
I'm so glad that she did. Like, she's so cool. I would be so upset if she didn't.
Well, the thing is, she doesn't bullshit me at all. She did not approve of Kimberly. She never did. She didn't like her at all. And I didn't listen to her because I'm an idiot. But it was as negative as she was about Kimberly is as positive as she was about Rachel. She loves Rachel. She loves Rachel right away from the get-go. Of course, they're duels. How would she felt immediately right at home with Rachel, and I'm sure vice versa. That's the nature of duality. You immediately feel right at home. And if you have a relationship like Rachel and Delilah have, which is intermittent at each of their discretion when they feel like it, rather than a romantic relationship, it's great. Duality is great for friendships. My best friend Dave and I have a great friendship and we're duals, you know? It's not good for romantic relationships because it starts out great and deteriorates. You want it to be the other way around, if anything, right? You want it to start off uncertain and gradually get better and better and better. That's what happens with us because it gets better from my perspective because I get more experience validating every and all these various experiences all validate the same conclusion. Uh, Probably gets better for Rachel in a less conscious fashion. So she sort of unconsciously learns things that allow her to not be fretful about me or me or mom, you know? I am only an egg. Sometimes one just runs out of us. Right, we won't run out of us because neither of us is particularist enough. We we grow and change with meanings and we're constantly operating with them. I'm constantly making them and she's silently directing me away from pitfalls and or informing me of things that don't resonate. Like people think, oh, Rachel just agrees with everything you say, or that's not true at all. Rachel has a very nuanced set of degrees of agreement, and she conveys a lot of information with very few words. So, you know, most of the time she's listening and processing what I'm saying, and it's not jarring against her intuition as somehow false. I'm aware consciously much of the time that whether or not she's here. Well, when she's not here, sometimes I still think she's here, but um, that it it makes me more correct. You know, it helps to have an audience person whose tastes are adequately refined, that I can trust their response in all things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course.
And this relationship is as solid as one can be because the things that might break an ENTP and an INFJ apart are all practical things. Like the inability of either party to be practical enough in the face of very challenging situations, that might break them apart, you know. But we're not gonna face that. We're we're protected, and so it's inconceivable of it that we would ever split up. And even if we were to face those kind of situations, we still wouldn't split up. I'm saying that might break up the couple, but we came together old enough that we have excised plenty of the mistakes that we need to excise before we got to each other. It's easy to make grass is greener problems if you've never had any experience with it, you know, at all. But both of us know better. We know the grass is been nothing but brown until we found each other.
Yeah.
So the idea that we're gonna be happier with somebody else is insane. After all, it took me 50 years to find her. I'm not going to let go of her now. And Rachel, like her whole life story, her whole success thing was she successfully got with me, and that's kind of been the this sea change for everything, right? So it doesn't make any sense for her to leave me. It would just ruin all the stories. It would turn her into Kurt Vonnegut.
Ugh.
And,
I'm such shit.
and Rachel would not want to be that.
No, that was like, I was so upset by that.
Yeah, it bothered me a lot too. Kurt Vonnegut, when he got famous, he left his devoted
He
wife.
didn't even leave her. He was with her and he was cheating on her.
No, he left him. He left the family for that other woman. Yeah.
Oh, no wonder I was so upset.
And you know, he paid the consequence, which is he had a lonely old manhood, and he didn't have anybody, you know. And then he got all into the Unitarian Church and talking about extended community and stuff because he fucked his own family. So, you know, Rachel would never do that to me because she wouldn't want to be that character. She understands that's what she would be, and she would never make that choice. I don't want to be that character either. And I know, I mean, the thing is, I'm not tempted by flesh at all. I have the best flesh I could possibly wish for right next to me.
Me too. I love you so much. It's so cute.
I don't like having sex with somebody for the first time. I like having sex with somebody for the umpteenth millionth time, you know, when I'm completely comfortable and everything is easy squeezy and there's no awkwardness at all, you know. I hate the difficulties of sensory stuff that I'm bad at, like wooing and having sex with some woman.
Oh, you were.
Yeah, I'm not much of a wooer. Okay, so this has been a long stream. That's what happens when you take 3 Adderalls and mushroom tea first thing in the morning. Every sex is first sex. Is that your way of saying bipolar? Okay. So I'm gonna call this a wrap. I think it's appropriate. But in the process of calling it a wrap, let's go step outside and have a wrap party cigarette, okay?
Okay.
We'll keep you guys with us while we have this last.
I'm gonna pull some more tea leaf cards.
Well, let's take them outside. Why don't we go to the redwood deck
What's that?
over on that side of the house,
That like through
the laundry room.
Okay. I have to check on the one. That's perfect.
The other nicely designed thing is the Wi-Fi is exactly in the middle of the house.
Mhm.
So it's got pretty much the same reception no matter where you go. It's got a whole closet just for Wi-Fi electronic shit. It's wired for whatever. Dumb door here. This is a dumb door we're gonna take off. The dumb people before us put on there. This shabby chic screen door.
Shabby chic.
This is the the redwood patio on the side of the house. I guess it must be the west side of the house since the sun's right behind me. That's good to know. This is the west side of the house.
That is good to know.
That way is north. That's east and that's south.
Yeah,
That's
that's
good.
west. East.
So facing forward, I think if the house is facing this direction, right? But north is that way, south is that way, west is that way, and east is that way. That's good.
Yeah, that is good.
That's
If
easy.
our house faces north, that's bad in feng shui, but we don't. We face south.
I mean, the front of the house
Yeah.
is facing
Mhm.
south. Yeah, but like all the views are to the north.
Mhm.
So I think of the house as looking that direction. Even though the front of it's over there. I guess that's an SI versus NI thing. From my experience, one looks that direction. So I think the house looks that direction. But from an NI perspective, the front of the house is over there, so clearly it looks that direction.
That's how I think anyway.
No, you're right. Anybody would agree with you that the house faces that direction. I just don't think of it as facing that direction because I think of all the views as being over here. So
Yeah.
I think the house faces that direction. But it doesn't. A card for Winston's mom coming up right now. It's January, yeah. Months of the year, January. Watch out for icicles on your nose.
You get one more card.
That's a terrible card. Wealth. That's good. You got golden nuts, it looks like. They're nuts made out of gold.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. That's made of gold.
It's cold out here,
Yeah, it is. How about Life in Mariposa?
huh? Life in Mariposa is a
One-
different kind of life.
You could pick some too. I'll pick 3. You pick 2.
Okay. Let's find out. Let's find out what we find out from the cards. Okay. And Mia. And Mia. Broken wishbone. Wish will not be granted. What wish do we have? I don't think we have any wishes.
No, we don't.
Well, I mean, it's true that no wish will be granted since we have no wishes, but it's not very informative. The other things we have are wealth, arrow. You are on the right path regarding some aspect of your life. Money path. A path with money is waiting for you to find it. Well, I think we actually already found it.
It makes sense because the next one is
Bowl. Plenty of material things. Well, that's pretty good.
yeah.
Broken wishbone to me sounds like, there, your wish has been granted now. Right?
Yeah.
It breaks after it's granted. Because you
Yes,
can only
it
use it
is.
for one wish, right?
Right.
Fortunately, our wish was so totalizing that it encompassed all of this stuff. And that's why they call us history's luckiest people. Somehow we found each other and ended up here with all of this.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because we earned it. Nope. Pure luck. Somebody's got to be lucky. Might as well be me. Is that for us?
I don't know.
Could be for the neighbor. Probably for us. Let me go walk up there so he doesn't have to walk down here. Howdy.
I'm like stunned.
Zappos.
Oh. Well, that's weird. I wasn't expecting. Tappos.
Did you hear what he said?
No.
We only have one for you today.
Oh my god.
This jacket, unfortunately, the bottom of this jacket has gotten frayed in a way that makes it difficult to start zipping up. Once you get started, it's fine.
I can get you a jacket.
Well, I've got plenty of jackets. I just don't necessarily make wise choices about which jacket to wear. Okay, well, let's wrap this up. And I don't know, maybe eat something.
Yeah.
Okay. And then maybe watch some TV. And then if I feel like it, I may even live stream again later.
Cool. I'll live stream with you.
I do have my last 3 Adderalls in me today, so
Cool.
I might very well feel up for it later. We'll see. All right, for now, goodbye. Thank you for being here. And as always, don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.